everyone. I'll give you a second. You sit down. I'm Sheila Davidson, and I'm the proud board chair of Madison Square Park Conservancy. It's such a pleasure to welcome you today. I mean, what an unbelievable collection of people in this room. We're thrilled that so many of our commissioned artists, those who are on view in Madison Square Park between 2004 and 2024, are participating in panel discussions and dialogues for today's symposium. Advancing Public Art is the Conservancy's 9th annual symposium addressing critical issues in the public art field. Each year, we've invited distinguished artists, thinkers, journalists, and cultural leaders to discuss pressing questions that impact the public, the exceptional artists whose work we commission, and other like organizations around the country. We began this program in a large-ish conference room in 2015 with Explaining Public Art, our first symposium. We're pleased to partner again with the School of Visual Arts in this remarkable venue and to welcome our curator, moderators, and artists, panelists for what we know is going to be a great morning discussing ideas surrounding innovation in the public art realm. We've invited alumni artists to reflect on their projects in an urban park, describe the intense vulnerability that comes with publicness, and reveal if a commission in the civic space has advanced their practice. Thank you to the Henry Luce Foundation that has so generously supported this program. I also wish to recognize our partnerships with the New York City Parks Department and the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs. I'm now pleased to introduce Ron Pizzuti. Ron sits on the Madison Square Park Conservancy Board of Trustees, and he is the treasurer chair of our art committee. I'll turn it over to Ron. Thank you.
She flipped the page for me too. Sheila, thank you so much. I'm a neighbor of Madison Square Park and very, very devoted to the program of outdoor public art. I've seen the program grow in creativity by outstanding artists, and impact to the community, the neighborhood, the city, the national and international visitors who travel to the 6.2-acre park. Something like 60,000 people a day walk through that park. This year, I'm especially proud of a proud one for the Conservancy as we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the art program and the spectacular artists who have been commissioned since 2004. When I walk Madison Square Park with family and friends, we're inspired and challenged by the works of art on view. Tonight, we open a spectacular exhibition, Nicole Eisenman's magnificent fixed crane on the Paris Oval Lawn. I got here last night and didn't get to see it, so I'm anxious to get there this morning. Congratulations to Nicole on her expansive vision for the park and for the role of public art in her influential practice. I'm so gratified that our program reaches audiences by presenting public art and being the forefront of issues that command the field. Public art is where some of the most powerful work of our time occurs. Now I'm really pleased to introduce Sarah Stein-Sapir, board member and chair of the Art Council. Now I'm flipping it for you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Ron. It is a great pleasure for me to see so many people attending our annual symposium. Since 2015, during this yearly gathering, we have convened to investigate critical issues in the public art field. Our past symposia have reckoned with issues surrounding presenting and commissioning public art, accessibility by neighbors and communities, the dynamism that artists bring to the public realm, the role of historic monuments, and the impact of climate change through dialogue with artists and environmental leaders. This year, the Conservancy honors over 20 alumni artists, many of whom are here today, which is amazing, whose work has made us pause, look, and think. On behalf of my colleagues on the Conservancy's board, our art committee, and art council, the staff who tend and steward the park's 6.2 acres, and on behalf of these exceptional artists, I thank you for attending. I will hand off to Holly Light, Executive Director.
Good morning. As Sarah said, I'm Holly Light. I'm Executive Director of Madison Square Park Conservancy. We are so grateful to all of you for coming. This tradition that our chief curator and artistic director, Brooke Kamen Rappaport, started is always special. I learned a ton last year, but this year is particularly special as we're culminating our 20th year of the art program and have so many of our alumni artists coming back, both for today and for the activities. So it is a particularly exciting day we're looking forward to. As many of you know, Madison Square Park is one of the few parks that does not get operating funds from the city, but we are nonetheless a public park, and we could not do this program without the support of the city. Sheila mentioned, thanks to the Parks Department, Jonathan Kuhn is here, with whom we work very closely to make this possible. If the city didn't embrace us taking some risks in the park, this would not be possible. So we're so grateful to them, and also to our partners at the Department of Cultural Affairs, a funder and strong supporter. And I'm pleased now to introduce Alton Murray, who's the Deputy Commissioner there. Alton has been a champion of the program back into his Con Ed days. So he has been with us a long time as the program has developed, and we're so pleased to have him here today. Alton.
Good morning. It's such a pleasure to be here. I was told I have about 2 minutes to make some remarks, and I've always wanted an Oscar moment where I, could go on and on and on, and then someone turn the music off and pull me up. But I'm not going to use this as that opportunity here. See, there it is. But so I'm happy to be here. It's a pleasure. As Holly said, I've been part of this organization for quite a long time. But in my role here, I bring greetings from the Mayor, Eric Adams, who currently, right now, actually, is hosting the New York Liberty WNBA champions, the first time New York City have won. Commissioner Combo, who is off at meetings and posting on Instagram and keeping us all engaged in her adventures. And most importantly, on behalf of my colleague, your board member, Kendall Henry. I often say to Kendall, I should be your body double because he have the most fantastic experiences, continue to be so engaging in your community, and bring DCLA into the field. He's currently in Australia. I think I looked at his post this morning for some inspiration, and he's on an island with fellow artists drawing. What a life he has. So hopefully I will one day get to shadow him. I once told him that, I can just take his life and become him and pretend that, I am him and he can take my life. So, and do all that administrative stuff. So, not running over my 2 minutes. On behalf of the public art team at Cultural Affairs, there are 5 really dedicated people. Currently, they are working on about 40 projects. I don't know if you know, but 1% of all government construction goes in permanent public art into buildings. It's one of our proudest programs, and it's one of Kendall's passion. On behalf of all of us, thank you to all the artists who are here. I wasn't sure what to expect, but I walked into the room and I started to notice the name tags, and it's a fantastic group of people you are. Thank you for giving us these opportunities to imagine, to think, and shining a mirror on us, on society. The work that you do is so important. It not only makes us think, but also forces people to come into green spaces, to outdoor spaces, and engage. To the audience member who are not artists, you could have been anywhere, but you choose to be here. So thank you for showing up, for expressing your feelings, for learning, for sharing. This is a very special annual event, and it's so great to see you here. And finally, I was asked to introduce Brooke, whom I met about 11 years ago, I think. I'm doing the math in my head. And I can talk about all our accomplishments, but the thing that I wanted to express is the first time I met her, she did a walk through the park. And usually as a funder, you're invited to these things, and people make a big presentation to engage you. I think, Holly, you did a really good job of advocating. I will take that message back that maybe the city should throw more support behind the park. But what Brooke did is she spent 2.5 hours herself, and I think her development person was there, but it was mostly Brooke who just walked us through the park pointed out all the specific plantings, and then she talked about the art installation. It wasn't just a funder grantee relationship. It felt like a friend, educating, sharing, and being human. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, Madison Square Park, for 20 years of providing opportunities for artists to engage, to provoke, to challenge. And to Brooke, thank you for being such a great steward of the work. I now turn it over to you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Alton, Sheila, Ron, Sarah, Holly. Thank you all. And thank you to Terry Carbone and the Henry Luce Foundation for your ongoing support of our annual symposium on public art. We're so grateful for your commitment because this allows Madison Square Park Conservancy to host this program with no admission fee and to welcome everyone here. I am breathless to be in this space this morning with these brilliant artists, those who over the last 20 years have created profound new work for Madison Square Park. Since 2004, 50 artists who exemplify the soaring expanse of human creativity have realized breakout commissions accessible to all in a democratic context. We're also grateful to our moderators, curator colleagues who participate in the Conservancy's Public Art Consortium to guide the dialogues that heighten our work as curators. Let's pause for a minute to remember the late, great museum director, Martin Friedman, who was really the source of wisdom for the art program in Madison Square Park. And we should also remember Roxanne Frank, Roxy, for her inspiration and her forethought around public art from the earliest days of this art program. So applause for Roxy. 20 years ago at this time, Americans would head to voting booths to elect the 55th President of the United States. We are again poised for a presidential election, this time the 60th, in just under 2 weeks. What we thought was rock solid and wonderfully resilient, our democracy, may be threatened. The spectacular artists who have brought vision to Madison Square Park since 2004 have installed their projects within the freedom of civic society and public space. These artists have all experienced the great responsibility and exhilaration of publicness. It's essential to heed democratic values and ensure that ongoing generations can participate in public expression and creativity. Public art has realized great heights and glorious significance in our society. On the 20th anniversary of the founding of the art program, today's symposium, Advancing Public Art, considers the exhibitions in Madison Square Park that inspire more than 60,000 daily visitors. 60,000 people every day. That's the population of White Plains, New York. Parkgoers who view the great range of contemporary practice deliberately or through happenstance are marked by artist projects that reckon with materials and creative themes. So this morning in panel discussions and dialogues, this symposium invites alumni artists to reflect on their projects in the park, to describe their intense involvement with publicness, and discuss whether a commission in a New York City civic space has advanced their work. These artists also chart the future as we continue to look closely and intensively at their ongoing work to learn about new materials, scale, and concepts in the studio. There will be 3 moderated panel discussions and 4 moderated dialogues today. Questions will proceed from the moderators. There are toilets just off the lobby, and this symposium is going to conclude around 1 o'clock with a special dance performance by Elizabeth Torres, who looks retrospectively at the history around Madison Square Park and to the present and the future. I'm grateful to my colleagues, Tom Reedy and Tierra and Lovu, for their outstanding commitment to this program. So To begin, we're going to screen a short 8-minute video documenting the last 2 decades. It's called Public Art in Public Space. The video was directed and produced by Michael Federa. I'm so thrilled that you're all here today. Thank you.
Being in public parks in New York City will help inspire people to take a moment and remember where they are, to find an intuitive relationship with the space itself. There is respect in the pause of the moment.
Madison Square Park is a treasured New York City civic space, distinguished for its vibrant public art program. Every day, there are 50,000 people in the park's 6.2 acres. Since 2004, 50 artists who exemplify the soaring range of human creativity have realized breakout commissions in the park, projects that are accessible to all in a democratic context. On the 20th anniversary of the founding of the art program, these projects continue to inspire, provoke, and challenge. They demonstrate the breadth of artistic practice in our time. Over the last 2 decades, Madison Square Park Conservancy has commissioned temporary works that are critical in affirming opportunities for artists to experiment with new techniques, material, scale, and context. These commissions offer public works by exceptional mid-career and established artists in such formats as monumental and human-scale figurative and abstract sculpture, light installation, architectural style pavilions, video projection, social practice, textile work, and augmented reality.
It was a revelation to see when I started to spend time with this place and imagine what putting a work in this place would mean. Just this incredible mix of people, all walks of life, coming through here. People want to bring their search for meaning to the work. What is it representing? What is it? My feeling is that once you put a work of art that's not strictly representational into the public realm, it's on its own. It's on its own, and people will make of it what they will.
Temporary outdoor sculpture presents opportunities for vibrant dialogue around aesthetic, political, and social questions in our culture. Through visionary artists and a curatorially driven program, we plan to continue for decades more to strive for the simultaneous coherence and tensions that created our democracy, which continue to inspire artists and parkgoers. Works of art can help us interpret great beauty or pressing issues, unfathomable joy or traumatic aspects of the human experience, or help us to make sense of them. A through line in every project is this park, this public space of beauty and refuge, of activity and agency, of the complicated and optimistic lives in our communities. After their stay in the park, our projects often tour nationally and internationally to museums, sculpture parks, and other public art programs.
I knew I needed to do something that would be experiential, spatial, live, inhabit, dwell in, and become part of the park. So there's only one thing I want to do. I want to bring a ghost forest to Manhattan. I never know how people are going to react to one of my works. I actually thought right after COVID, people might resent or be upset that I was presenting a dead forest. And so for me, the response was so overwhelmingly positive. The city was coming out of this harrowing moment in time. It was cold, it was bitter, it was winter, we were beginning to find spring. And with spring, it brought the park to life. I was so happy that Ghost Forest actually helped, almost ironically, give it more life. It was to see so many people picnicking in it and just enjoying being in these different intimate spaces or what was really exciting and kind of heartening.
With a big bling, I think it had its most resonant existence here. I was aware of a tiny percentage of the responses just from listening to some of the viewers, but imagining what bystanders made of it. That was fascinating. Always is.
Everyone has their unique perspective, a unique voice to the intuitive. And I believe in those voices. And every artist is one facet to the beautiful experience of humanity. Listen and respond from that place. I really feel that can really make change.
Commissioning works of outdoor art can be a challenging process, but it's a magnificent process that should be proclaimed and upheld in a public space where an artist's work is physically constructed and conceptually fomented. That's the product of a democratic context where an exhibition lasting for several months will withstand admiration, contemplation, critique, and even condemnation. That's a hallmark of public voices. It not only completes the work on view, but heightens it. This is the glory of public art and the essential urgency of publicness.
Hello. How's everyone doing this morning? Good. My name is Taylor Renee Aldridge. I will be starting the day with these wonderful panelists who need no introduction. Since we only have 30 minutes to talk about the brilliance of these three panelists, I'm gonna just dive right in. But first, I wanna just thank Brooke and the Madison Square Park Conservancy team for all of their work for today, this week, and throughout the past 20 years. Really thankful and in much gratitude for all of the work that you and your team does, so thank you. Brooke Cameron Rappaport has written in the Madison Square Park Conservancy 20th anniversary catalog that, quote, "There is a sacred but unwritten, even unspoken contract between artists and the public when a work is installed in civic space. This contract looms over every decision that is made," end quote. Can you each talk about what your respective unwritten contracts may have been between yourself and the public when making your public art projects? In what ways were you considerate of viewers as you conceptualized and installed your works? And did you, or do you, for Nicole, who has a work on view now, have any desires for what those encounters between your work and publics might engender?
Would you like me to begin?
Sure, yeah.
I'm Nicole Eisenman. Hi. I think it's different. It's always different depending on where it is. I mean, I haven't done that much public art. This is my third time round. The first one was in Munster, with part of Sculpture Munster. And my piece in Munster was nestled into a neighborhood, a small park in a neighborhood that was mostly residential. So I think there were different things to consider when entering somebody's neighborhood, and it's a very personal kind of space as opposed to Madison Square Park. My feeling at Madison Square Park is this park could take anything. The people who use the park really understand that this is going to be a site for sculptural encounter. So I had less kind of feelings of like caretaking than I did in Munster, or like consideration, and thought, you know, this is a really amazing stage for a big, a big statement. At the same time, I did imagine my piece, because it's this crane, a construction crane that's been toppled over, and then there's some little bits and pieces that I made stuck on it. I did imagine that people, children, whoever, would climb on it. So we really worked hard to, make it as safe as we could, and not put signage. That was very important to me, that the gates of the park, all three gates to the center oval, stay open the entire time that the piece is on view, and that there's not going to be any kind of policing of the work. So I'm really happy. And Brooke was, we were really on the same page about all of it. So it's been pretty great working with that team. I'll let someone else.
Magdalena, Christoph, any thoughts about audience and your anticipations for how you wanted them to engage with the work, if at all?
As you could briefly see on the screen, as you could see briefly on the screen here, there was a moment when the monument to Admiral Farragut, Madison Square Park, was speaking with the words of somebody else, of course. The project developed when I realized that this monument to civil war actually has some meaning in time when almost 100 million people being displaced mostly by civil wars, fleeing civil wars. During the Civil War, people might not know about this, but if considering the population of that time, if it was happening today, it would be maybe 7 million people killed and 2 million refugees. It was a major refugee crisis. So I'm bringing it up because my contract, my agreement, developing over time of a year of working on this project with those who were speaking through the monument, was that they would open up their experiences, that they will find words and metaphors, expressions for unspeakable experiences in the process of initial conversations and then recording. And at the same time, they will take a role of monument animators. So they will become Admiral Farragut in some ways wearing this, or superimposing themselves and wearing the statue to speak as if it was a mask in some ancient theater. So if this didn't work somehow, if they could not open up and develop some kind of understand what ought to be said to the public, if they didn't become the first public of the project, the publicness of this project was created in the process of them trying to find out what to say and how to say it, and imagining, of course, the proper public underneath of the pedestal from which they were speaking. So this is the key issue for me. If they didn't do all of this, the public the kind of public people who would come to see and hear would not get any. So now, of course, I do expect also from the public who came to see and hear it to be brave in hearing, listening to what is being said. So the fearless speech of those people who speak through the lips and body of Admiral, and if people should meet the fearless listening. So the project here is to create a situation between, so both the listening and speaking will happen. But again, emphasis in my work is not imagining what will be the reaction of the public, but to what degree those people will make sense of the project for their own lives and for the lives of others like them who at this point cannot be part of this project.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Wow. I have admired this man for so many years and taught his work, both of them. So I am so extraordinarily happy and to be here and grateful to be here. The question for me reside that in being invited to do this project for the 20th anniversary, I wanted to place an inquiry about in dealing with history of monumental work in public spaces, what was the materiality that I wanted to touch and work with? A question that is present in all my work, and it was how do I respond and found venues and ways to be effective in some way or another in creating a conversation with sociability. I cannot leave behind all the scenes that kind of don't let me sleep well about society, about the war, about our time. And I saw social invitations as an opportunity to question that. What is art in public place and what is needed for art in public place from my perspective in 2024 in the city of New York, a city that I have known for a long time as a visitor, as a temporary individual being here, but from the distance. And also a city that is a reference for anybody else in any part of the planet. I was born in Cuba. New York is the Mecca, it's the place that you want to go and see. So how do I conquer and create a question here that maybe is relevant to people here and also maybe open some other windows about how we deal with monumentality and public art. And that was making people the materiality of my work. Not trying anything else, but building a sculpture with the presence of the people of New York. New York is an active place of mobility and encounters of every day by millions of people from all kind of part of the world. And I saw that that is a metaphor that in some way encapsulated life now from my perspective. So a procession of angels was a conversation and at least a provocation or so, and an invitation to what about if we just walk? We seen a tradition of walking quietly and we map and we connect areas of the city that they are connected, but we mark that with more visibility. For instance, I am interested profoundly in the question of accessibility and justice. Madison Park, a beautiful enclave, a beautiful greenery, an extraordinary luxurious park versus a tiny little abandoned park in Harlem in which group of people from Latin America, Hispanic, Black people have less access to the kind of beauty and the kind of care that is in Madison Square Park. So a procession of angels just try to work with that, linking in a delicate way, and I mean this, in a poetical way, a connection and a rethinking of how do we engage with the urban tray of every single day, walking, seeing each other, observing each other, and participating with the civic commitment to be good to each other. The center of the piece is radical love. I don't know exactly what it is, but I am working with it. And I am working to challenge everyone that I encounter to place the question, what is radical love? How could we practice? How could we be in the skin, in the flesh, tuned to the need of other, to the feeling of other, to the necessity of other? How do we clean spiritually the city? So we walk from very important sites with very important memory of artists of Cuban descendancy who had been important in this city. Ana Mendieta, Felix González Torres, Reinaldo Arenas, Celia Cruz, and Juan Delgado. I wanted to have them as a spiritual guidance because every one of them have walked, have lost soul of their shoes, navigating New York City for decades, and managed to make themselves visible and within a perception of the city that is new for everyone. So I was taking clues from those ideas to trying to create a small gesture, small, in the context of monumentality, how something so small could become monumental in a space in the imagination. I choose quickly September 7th to start the piece because it's a day that talk about, in tradition from Cuba, water. Because the little park in Harlem have a fountain that had never had water. How that's possible? So I was trying to find real solutions, an invitation to sing for justice. Could we have water too in a small little park in Harlem that is there, that is abandoned to some way, not completely, but how could we revitalize it? How we could bring it to a level of beauty, service, and presence that is equally magnificent. So that's what I am engaged at this moment, and not only in New York, but in the world, trying to work um, people, forcing way of communicating in a delicate way, in a very, we were not thousands of people, we were a few people walking alongside the others, but marking in a very a simple manner our presence, and putting out with poets, as I think poetry is some way materiality of spirits in the air, um, marking the city, extending the park, extending the lineage of the park from what it is to every other places, and tracing history of abandonment, of tracing history of trying to not forget moments that were fundamental in the construction of the fabric of our civility and civic engagement in the city of New York. That's, I think, how I am trying
Thank you.
to attempt to create bring a proposition for the art in the park in Madison
you.
Square.
Yeah, thank you so much, Magdalena. I want to bring in our panelists who are remote. I'm thinking about the connection between Christophe's work and Abigail's work more specifically. You both, in indirect and direct ways, deal with history as material. And so, Abigail, I want to bring you in to talk about, or to respond to this question as well. How were you thinking about audience as you were conceptualizing your work and materializing your work? And Anthony, if you can follow up as well to reflect on that.
Was
Abigail,
acknowledgement.
oh, sorry, you were muted for a second. Go ahead.
Hey everyone. I think the center point for me was acknowledgement. that was my jumping off point. So whether it's like combing through history and trying to tease things out and bring people from the past into the present moment, also acknowledging all the people that would be using that space, particularly in that moment, because it was, I think the project opened maybe 2 weeks before the last election. And so, you know, in terms of like heightened chaos, I think we've been living in a sustained chaotic moment, but I think in terms of like the uncertainty of that particular moment and there being no vaccinations yet and people still just going outside just so that they can breathe, maybe potentially in an open space without a mask on. I think I was thinking about all of it, right? So thinking about people who had been brought to New York City, I think maybe in 1626 were the first Africans that were brought to New York City, enslaved. And so thinking about the invention of New York and what that is and the slave capital in which it was and is, and then also looking at and using this symbol of liberty, right? Like of the Statue of Liberty, which hand was on view in the park from 1876 to 1882. So I think all of those things together is a continual acknowledgement of the history and formation of New York City and all of its foundational myths.
Reflect a little bit more on how you were thinking about audience as you were conceptualizing your work. I know you had a series of reflections from audience members that were published in the catalog that came after, but I wonder if you could just talk a little bit more about that engagement with the figurative pieces in your presentation.
Sorry, were you addressing me or Abigail?
You.
Sorry, no, I missed you were muted on the beginning of a question. No, hello everybody. Yeah, it's very nice to be taking part with this, yeah, lovely in a way celebration, but also interrogation of the whole history of Madison Square Park's involvement with, yeah, sharing art with the wider public. I think of New York as a kind of ongoing social experiment. It's always been for me this extraordinary high density, high rise city, and I guess I wanted to make a form of acupuncture that did recognize the people on the street. So there's 4 bodies on the pavement in the world. You bump up against them; they're in the stream of daily life. But then 27 bodies that are, as it were, on the skyline, on that extreme condition of horizon that is unique to New York. And I guess, yeah, I think probably all of us would want to share the same ambition, which is to make people more aware, alive, and alert in the street of each other, of the condition that they share in that built environment, and then maybe add an imaginative, empathetic kind of level to that experience. So for me, yeah, the meeting of the palpable, the visible, and the imaginable are everything that I wanted to happen in putting Event Horizon to work, both in the square and beyond the square, where people would think, well, you know, I can see one up there, I can see one, I can touch this one here, but where are the others? And maybe kind of look as if for the first time at maybe bits of the city that they hadn't spent much time looking at. So there was a kind of widening ambition that people would look at buildings and, in a way, the typography, but also the materiality of the city in a way that celebrated it and them in it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this concept that you bring up of New York as a social experiment, and want to segue into my next question about the architecture of this space, and specifically how New York has developed over the past 20 years throughout Madison Square Park Conservancy's life. There's been such a hyper development, right, in this city. And I think Nicole, specifically, your work is addressing this sort of like continuous building that's happening throughout this city landscape. I wonder if you can each muse on how architecture has informed your projects in the park, or if there are specific ways you're wanting to subvert architecture that surrounds the park and surrounded your projects. We can start with you, Nicole.
Yeah, well, architecture and more development and is the impetus, the jumping off point for the work, and what really got me thinking about what I wanted to do in the park. When I started making this project, I was working on my own construction, and my studio was actually a construction site. And I live in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, which is always under construction, and the last 10 years has been really just a lot of building. So at one point, I had like 4 major construction projects within 100 feet of my building. So really surrounded by it. And then I'd go up to the roof and see the Manhattan skyline and all these new, thin, super tall buildings going up uptown. And just noticing, at the same time, understanding that something like 60% of office space was empty in New York post-pandemic. And it hasn't really bounced back. I mean, I think there's still a huge percentage, like 40% or more empty space in New York City. Yet we still continue. And, you know, I am excited by architecture and building, and I like seeing the evolving skyline. And I also wonder about the ideas around progress and what it means, and who progress benefits and who it doesn't, and who it gets left out and ignored. And to me, the piece is it makes you you know, it's a pretty, in a way, a pretty plain statement about like taking a rest, stopping, opting out. Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot to say about it, so I don't know when to stop. Maybe I'll let you guys pick it up, because maybe we all have similar feelings.
It's a beautiful.
Yes, it is.
When you at night, when you walk around, you're being seen by those various towers, older and new ones. And those buildings, they do remember things. There's a history of events in this park, very dramatic ones, including the one during the Civil War riots, but also it was so being there. It's a kind of historical moment. Now the statues, and there are many of those, I think they are part of architectural environment, milieu. They also remember things that happened in front of their step. They also may recall the time, and there are more than now homeless people living on the steps. So there is also people who are coming from fleeing civil wars and other wars and poverty, and they have all of those hopes and expectations from the city. And in this special, such a beautiful place. And also there's so many people walking through leaving the offices of these buildings or going back to them, or those who clean and maintain them. There is constant flow of people passing there. So there are all kinds of publics there. And now, of course, they encounter works of art and all this. there are families with children, and so forth. So I think this is a vast, so all of this together, it's incredible potential stage for, of course, bringing something else, something new. But in general, from my point of view, any of those issues that are not there, that are not visible, all of the silences of the city could be brought in that place to interrupt the silence of the city about the situation of homeless people, situation of refugees, situation of women, all of the domestic issues that are there, all of the so-called private experiences, that, personal experiences. If personal experience can be shared in this kind of place, with so many different audiences, surrounded by all those great buildings that remember all those things historically, that personal thing stated from the pedestal, for example, becomes historic. So you turn the personal into historical. One of the philosophers, Benjamin, called it the revolutionary moment. So in that way, I'm definitely affected by the architecture and sculptural and urban planning of this place and its social life, complex social life. The work, I learn a lot from this. And I'm very grateful to have an opportunity to do something right there in the middle of actually epidemic, when there was no almost other place to go and experience art. All of museums were closed. Now this thing was there available for quite a long time. So I was very grateful for this.
Yes, architecture, of course, was important and inspiration. New York is such an extraordinary city from afar. Uh, Anytime arriving in New York, for me, is an emotional experience. Doesn't matter how many times I come to the city. And then it's a very different experience in the ground, and you encounter another level of sociability, of humanity in it. And my project kind of focused in that. Uh, we started in the Hanlon Art Park, in which an intervention is needed to bring the park to a level that could serve in a with a kind candor and beauty to the people that are there. In one side, I was interested in the elderly home, people de certain age, the tercera edad, which decimos en español, and in front of it is a school of elementary school. I am interested in these two uh, group of people, people that are past 65 and people that are before 13 years old. They mean two things for the history of the city, for the history of everything. Ancestral knowledge that is moving fast, and knowledge to be captured and contained and captured and developed. And every place that I choose, uh, the art park, Jose Marti Monument. Jose Marti was a dreamer who made New York a nest to construct an entire revolutionary project of liberation from Cuba and Philippines and Puerto Rico. No, to go to the marking of the silent parade of black people in New York when 10,000 people, black people, march in silence to protest lynching, to the orphanage who was burned down and many children die. No, these are very historical container of history and narrative of sometimes repressed and still not resolved conditions of the actual New York City. But all of those are architectural, architectonic space to mark. So be in between the arresting beauty of New York the silent pain that the city contains need to be put out someplace on out. To not forget, to be present, to find solutions. That's what I'm trying to do. I am not certain of the efficiency of my work, but I am certain of the necessity of it. And that is what I am doing, trying to push to end it in Madison Park in a celebration. We ended dancing and eating cake in Museo del Barrio and spraying cologne in the city to clean the aura of us and everyone that we encounter in the way. And I come back to the question of human touch and connectivity and radical love. Because you could have magnificent towers that witness injustice every single day on different levels. And I want to be a voice and a conduit to remind every one of us in the magnificency of our beauty and the beauty of living and being in New York, of all those hidden stories. So this is what I am focusing the minutiae, in the breadcrumbs of the monument, to talk about the silent histories, the one that happened as we celebrate here the 20th anniversary of what we do.
Thank you. We have about 2 minutes left. I wish we had another 2 hours. But if you, Anthony and Abigail, if you can quickly just talk about how architecture informed the making of your work, or how you might reflect on how the architecture informed the viewing experience of your work over time, in less than 60 seconds each, if you can. Thank you.
I just think that architecture, the built world now for over 50% of our species, is the world that they deal with. I want to use the syntax of that world to describe our inner being.
And I would say similarly, I was thinking in terms of the scaffolding, thinking about how our ideologies or the myths that we hold dear and the things that we supposedly stand and fight for are continuously under construction and being reframed. But then thinking about in terms of the scale of our own bodies and how we contain these things, even though it can't be seen.
You guys are amazing. Thank you for being so succinct. Thank you. To keep us on track, I'm going to quickly introduce the next panel. Thank you each for your time today. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Now please welcome moderator Daisy Desrosiers, and artists Teresita Fernandez, Christina Iglesias, and Josiah McElhenney. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Daisy Desrosiers, and I'm so excited to have the opportunity to be part of this beautiful convening with an extraordinary group of artists. We are on a tight schedule, so let's get going. For us this morning, the prompt was to think about the relationship with time, how when engaging with public art, the idea of the forever can be an aspect of what is being asked. In the context of Madison Square Park, it's about a temporary proposition. and yet thinking about the history of this park as we're reflecting on its 20th anniversary. So as I look at this group of extraordinary artists, I want to ask you to reflect on your own project in the context of the park and how you negotiated these two elements. So thinking about a temporary proposal within the history of a program, within the history of a city, within the history of a community. So whomever want to start. No order.
I start.
You want to try closer?
Is working? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've worked mostly in the public realm in permanent pieces, but actually it is so interesting to work with time in different aspects. Water brings temporarity to the vision of it, because it moves, because the sound of it, and it changes. I think what is interesting from Madison Square Park is also that the temporarity of it is built up upon the temporarity of other pieces. So I myself also remember all the pieces that had been living there. And also I thought on the citizens that relate to that actually confront those pieces one after the other, and how that builds memory. And talking about memory, also my piece worked in this idea of time, the memory of what we have seen, but also the memory of time. I mean, I was talking about the underground and how water and rivers run under that park and under what we have constructed, the urban city, and how that affects our senses, and how we can relate to it, and the piece itself could bring you that reflection on what was before what we have constructed, what was how the roots and the organisms that also time brings to the piece itself, it can make us think in everything that is underneath and has been there for generations. And actually, it is talking about that context, but also one can think in the planet, and that this happens in a more universal a way, which is also interesting to bring people to reflect on it. And I think also to create an intimacy in a place that only belongs a moment, let's say, talking about the temporal, in a moment that belongs to you, how you relate to it, and do a piece that, I mean, a work of art that can bring that intimacy of the viewer, and the viewer has to complete the piece by imagining how, in my case, in my piece, how the different fragments connect, by also planting, as we did, these herbs, I mean, fountain grass that was changing during the time of the piece, you know, and then also drawing the path that probably the river had. And so there is a part of it that you have to imagine that is not present physically, but is present in the minds of the viewer. And well, that's
and the history of the plays. Teresita, how about you?
Well, I think about this a lot, actually, and I was happy that the question about permanence and temporality was very expansive when we had our initial conversation. So I'm always working on two structures at once. One is the physical structure, which is what you see, the artwork, the object, if you will. And the other is always this kind of social structure, which is often invisible and happening in tandem. And these two things are in service to one another constantly. Now, the latter may not always be apparent, but it is integrated, especially into the relationships that are built in the making of the artwork and also in the programming, which I often am extremely involved in because I always feel that artists sometimes are creating the context for something without controlling the content and vice versa. And so in general, there are some things, so I would love to go to the place where we are thinking of the temporal and the permanent not as opposites, because I think the most interesting place is everything in between there and all of the sort of relational thinking that emerges out of making art that way. And I think I would be remiss to like not bring up, for example, public monuments. And I feel that you know, we often think that what's visible is what's permanent. And we often, by default, you know, the concept of permanence is always one that's being assigned in the present. So it's actually always temporary. And I think that from our point of view as, you know, quote unquote, contemporary artists, we are basically making the monuments of the future. And we don't think of it that way because the terms sort of change. And so we're making public art or contemporary art. I mean, even the word public art it requires a lot of deeper thinking. I think what we really mean a lot of time is outdoor art. A lot of outdoor art is actually in private spaces. Not all of the things that we think of as public in terms of public art are actually public or accessible to the public. And it depends on, you know, lots of different ideas of who has agency in that space. And so back to monuments, I think that a lot of, and I want to be in the paradox here of these two things, because I do think that oftentimes, especially artists of color, are invited to do sort of temporary interventions that then disappear, you know, the festivals and the dances, and then it goes away. And then you're stuck with sort of, you know, the heaviness of the bronze and the marble of, you know, Columbus Circle, fill in the blank. And so I think that I'm definitely acknowledging how the colonial systems that we are a product of and are in intricately sort of wrapped up in create more permanence around these visible things. At the same time, I want to call attention to the fact that everything's permanent and everything's temporary. So even if we look at after the brutal murder of George Floyd, we see all these Confederate monuments come down. We thought they were permanent, they looked permanent, they felt permanent, but they weren't permanent. They just took a little longer to crumble, just like everything else that's sort of in the process of agentic change, including ourselves and including all materials. I also have like a unique perspective because in 2018, so 2 years before those Confederate monuments started coming down, Mayor de Blasio created a commission of people, about 35 people, that was headed by Darren Walker at the Ford Foundation. And we were tasked with the responsibility to identify public monuments throughout New York City in public spaces and in public parks that were hateful, that had a rhetoric of hate. And two of the ones that came down because of that commission and because of a few of us who were very vocal in that commission were the Marion Sims monument sculpture that was on Central Park across from the New York Academy of Medicine. Marion Sims was big, you know, bronze marble thing. Marion Sims was a surgeon. He's sort of referred to as the father of gynecology. And it was sort of left out that he basically performed all of these very violent, abusive experimental surgeries on enslaved Black women. And the other monument that came down was the Teddy Roosevelt one on the facade of the Natural History Museum. And for those of you, because I think also the thing about the city is that it changes so often that sometimes there's a kind of amnesia. So up until just a few years ago, on the facade of the Natural History Museum, and by the way, that entire facade, as well as the sculpture, was designed as one thing. It was one design project, all integrated. And that particular statue, equestrian monument, was of Teddy Roosevelt on his horse, flanked by two very sort of submissive figures, one of an indigenous man and the other of an enslaved Black man. And that came down, and that looked and felt pretty permanent. And so I think that I'm interested in the in-betweens, in how it is that things are actually always crumbling and always being built, and how perhaps maybe the only thing that's really truly permanent, if we use that word, is intimacy. And the intimacy, and I'm so happy you said that word, I use that word all the time, is the intimacy that's created in an art experience. That's what lasts.
That's a hard act to follow. That was really inspiring what you have both had to say. I feel lucky to be in this group of people today. I guess I was going to talk about the idea that what, in terms of temporariness, what is temporary? Well, it's the people who gather in a park. That's not a permanent thing. That's a ever-changing thing. And when I began thinking about this project, I was very taken with the idea that parks had changed their function all the time. And one of the 15 years ago that we saw so many important protests take place across the world in parks, and not least, as has already been mentioned, the Silent March 105 years ago or so at Madison Square Park. And I saw a lecture by Judith Butler where she was speaking or working out an essay called "We the People," in which, when she had been asked to be a spokesman for some of these protests across the world, and her insistence that we cannot say we cannot know that who we is, and it's very important to understand that otherness is everywhere, and like we have each one of us such a limited view of what other people are experiencing. And so I thought about the idea of the unmeasurable audience. So I really like the idea that publicness could mean something you cannot measure, because basically there's no entrance into publicness. There's no entrance into the world, as opposed to a museum where you could count every person. You might ask their zip code, for example. And so I wanted to do a project where there would be art happening in the park every day, and new art would be created there, but basically with no announced hours. And it was just that with the assumption that one could make impact on people in a way that cannot be counted, cannot be measured. And I really believe in the function of art in that sense, that its effect is immeasurable, and we can never know actually the immense power I think it can have because of that. And so I also wanted to do two other things, which was it possible to in this temporary way, make space as opposed to take up space. So I made three platforms for poetry, music, and dance. And the idea was they would be there, but that as platforms, they would actually maybe expand the space. And I think they did. I think they did end up making the space feel bigger. I mean, I think your project made the space feel much bigger, the whole park, for example. And then the most important thing for me was, in terms of temporariness, was like that I could share the platform. So I was really interested in the idea of like, okay, how visual art gets so much attention and funding, and so I wanted to share it with musicians, dancers, and poets, and not just the opportunity, but actually funding. And that was really important to me, that basically the life of the institution of Madison Square Park Conservancy could be actually generative of sharing that resource with other artists, other nonprofits. And so basically in the end, for me, it was like the everything that my project was just about the possibility that one moment of a performance of dance, or hearing poetry, or hearing music, or participating in music could influence people in myriad ways that we could never know. But I believe it's there.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, you each touch upon audience engagement, or hope for the conversation that takes place within the park, or within this context, or outside of it in the city, to your point, Teresita. And I'm wondering if we can go back there and thinking not about the binaries, because I also wonder if audience, the visitor experience, is where there is this place of tension, where longevity, where memory becomes like a collective, individual, very personal, very intimate form of recording, and just reflect on those experiences. I mean, Josh, yeah, you're evoking it, but I'm I'm curious about that kind of reflection in terms of the proposal that you've made for the park, but also as you're configuring this for your practice. And Teresita, maybe we could go with you as you reflect on this project, but also your project, not this one. We'll go back to the photos. But also your other forms of engagement in the city, and how reflecting on audience experience or that form of engagement is also where our relationship with time might be biased, and where there's more of a maybe political approach to this conversation, right?
Yeah, I mean, the whole notion of audience is like a political abstraction, right? And so I always add like 3 S's to everything when those words get used in these sort of very sloppy ways, like community, public. And it's like it's publics and communities within communities. And so I was very involved in how this artwork that cost all this money to make, that took all the years of time to figure out, that took up all this space, what else is it doing? And this is where those kinds of behind the scenes relationships, and like everybody wants sort of like the instant community. Often the institutions want this. Communities are not, they're not created that way. I mean, the kind of elasticity and porosity that you're talking about, which is what's so expansive about audiences. I mean, really, it's the audiences that make the public art. The public art is a prompt. The thing itself is a prompt in order to create something. And so I when I have these conversations about programming, I'm always asking, well, who is the public? What public do you mean when we're talking about the public? And so I spent a lot of time in the park. I realized that, and I did a bunch of different kinds of programs, but I'd like to focus on this one that's in the pictures. But I kept noticing that there were, the public was kind of seen as, I don't know, all the wealthy people who lived in these towers around, but who was really there at certain times of the day were the nannies, or all of the Mexican guys who worked in the restaurants who would go there on their lunch break. And so this was the public too. There just wasn't anything for them. And so one of the things I did was a bilingual poetry reading with many Latinx poets. And another performance with or collaboration with Stephen Pertonio. But the main one that I did was a collaboration that I did with Dr. Yesenia Fernandez Salier. No relationship to me. There's just a lot of Fernandezes in Cuba. And she actually also passed away about a year ago. So it's really wonderful to bring her into this space with us. And what we created underneath Fata Morgana. So the title of my piece was Fata Morgana, and a Fata Morgana is a superior mirage in the landscape, right? So it's a sort of distortion of the landscape. It's an optical illusion, and it's also the title of a book written in the 40s by André Breton, which was illustrated by Wilfredo Lam. And I've always been really interested in Wilfredo Lam's work because I knew it before I knew Picasso's work. It was just in books around the house. And the way in which Lam's figures intertwine with the foliage. If you think of the jungle in at MoMA, the painting The Jungle in MoMA. And so Fata Morgana functioned this way in the sense that the foliage patterns distorted everything that was underneath it, but it also doubled it, right? So anything that happened underneath this was doubly present. And, this question of how is it that you point to invisibility, right? How is it that you point to omission? How is it that you point to erasure? Because it's not there. And so what I did with Yesenia is we recreated Dia de Reyes, which is in colonial times in Cuba was the only day of the year that Black people, African descendants, whether they were free or enslaved, right? So there was a big free Black society in Cuba as well, as in much of the Caribbean, during colonial times. It was the only day of the year that they could perform and sing and dance in public spaces. And it sort of opened up this idea of who has access to public space? What is the sort of, where are the nuances of where something ceases to be public, even though it's out in the open? This was a day-long event. I think that for me, the most interesting part of it is, and the other thing I should say is that when we talk about site specificity, we could talk about Madison Square Park, and I could talk about all the research about the history of looking up and the Flatiron and all of that. But the way I think of site specificity in all of my work is that it's also a moment in time. And what was happening, to give context at this time, is that it was the end of Obama's first term. Remember those days? It was the end of Obama's first term. And one of the last things he did as president is he announced this opening of relations with Cuba. And it was announced on December 17th. Now, to most Americans, this didn't mean anything. But if you're Cuban or of Cuban descent, and Magda's out there nodding her head, I'm sure, is December 17th is the feast day of Babaluaye, syncretized as Saint Lazarus. And so everybody knows this, whether you're white, black, Asian, like any Cuban living in or outside of Cuba knows this. It is so baked into sort of the cultural understanding. And it was no coincidence to anybody that this is the day that it was announced, even though it was completely invisible to most Americans. And so this whole day, what was most, I think, important to me was how it kind of infiltrated the idea of public, as well as funding, as well as even the institution of Madison Square Park, because what looked to the public like a kind of festival was actually a religious ceremony that started hours before the event even started and then continued way into the evening. And so this idea of the private and the personal and the intimate tucked into the public, and how what you may be seeing is not what everybody else is seeing, and how there's these different levels of sort of legibility that are powerful and empowering, because for the most part, we've been made to look at things that don't tell our history, right? So yeah, I think that's how I think about the public and its possibility and its great sort of promise.
Thank you. Christina, can we go back to you? You evoke memory. It's part of the title of your work as well. And you point to the way you're kind of engaging the audience or visitors into thinking about what was there before. I'm wondering, in the context of this work or other element of your practice, how you're thinking about that relationship with a visitor, what lingers and what remains. Because I also think about the experience of any kind of visitors passing by as something that carries the work after it's being seen, after, and that's another relationship to time that's out of all of our control, but that's still part of how we're reflecting together today.
Absolutely. I think every manifestation of art is a theater stage, should be. And actually, the park is an island in the city. And it will be great that in the city of the future, there are many islands where people can enjoy and to be alone, or to meet others, or to go with the children, or to meet people that they don't know before. That gathering place that it can provoke many manifestations, apart from the personal one that I was referring to, also of a very psychological one that affects your senses, being alone there, and sometimes looking to something and seeing more further than what you are looking at. And I agree that this memory builds up in our not only imagination, but also is a memory that constructs, that is that teaches us to look. And I always dream that can be a mission that the artist has. And I think that as a theater stage, as I said, as you were referring also to your pieces, I love the fact that also at the time that my piece was on, there were manifestations of, actions of other artists doing performances and readings there. I think that's great. That can be the ground for something else to happen, other voices to join your voice and maybe being inspired by it. And but also I think it's important to be open to improvisation, things that people that are not prepared to go there, that only pass by. And I'm very interested in that solitary or that group of people that are wandering, especially in a city like New York. It's not the same if you do a piece in the remote, that of course you have to go there to see it, and you have to believe that exists somewhere, But here you can go and enjoy, and if you are lucky to live close by, you can enjoy a lot of the time that is on and get lots of memories. But also I'm very interested in that unprepared citizen, unprepared viewer that suddenly encounters something that was not expecting, and the reaction that that can have in ourselves. And for that is why I say that art is important, to open those doors of perception, to really be open, to be surprised, and also to manifest, to manifest also thinking and in parts of that need to be said. No, so that's why I'm repeating the idea of stage. It's a place where people can also say things that maybe the piece brings to their imagination. Yeah.
Anything else you want to add?
I was just thinking about this question of the institution of Madison Square Park and the idea that even if you're, let's say, you only visit the park once, might you sense that these things are temporary? And if you think of a monument being usually this sort of state representing itself in a permanent way, celebrate what the state, or ideally all of us, but let's say the state is there to venerate. The idea of something temporary and it's made by ostensibly one person or a small group of people, I think it's a really important statement in and of itself. It's like that public space needs to be malleable and change and be responsive to our society. And I was thinking, I wish Martin Puryear was here, and just wanted to kind of call out his project, which I thought was incredibly successful in this notion of it being temporary. I mean, it was huge. I mean, it was a truly monumental work, and in some sense a very beautiful but also disturbing work. But one essential part of it was it was made out of plywood and out of fencing, and it really felt like, okay, this is temporary. This is not going to be here forever. And I think that was a really important gesture that he did on his part, was to make this incredible statement, but say, like, this is for a moment, and then we will have other moments and other voices. And so I think that is a really fantastic thing about this program.
Yeah. And I like that you're bringing us to what I was imagined might be a next question, the materiality, like the choice of material. You've evoked it. We're building this huge structure, but what else is there? Like, what else can we do? Martin's work revealing like the wood structure, the infrastructure, Abigail as well, having this kind of construction set for us to wrestle with. And I'm wondering if we could reflect on that in relationship to time again. Like, what are the choices that we make in order to reveal a place for a specific amount of time? What are the choices that were made in order for a forever commitment to be made and then be dissembled, for example? And that also leads us to our connection to civility and the political statement that material can make in relationship to these public or outdoor art projects. Sorry. Any thoughts?
I'll jump in. So, I think I want to answer this question from the point of view of materials. Because I think materials have agency, and I think that materials have a kind of intelligence that is not our sort of human-centric way of
thinking about them,
applying, projecting things onto them. And also I love this question because it opens up the possibility of talking about beauty, which oftentimes in conversations like this, I feel like we have to pick between using the few minutes to talk about content and the sort of social political part, and leaving out at the expense of being able to talk about the beauty and the
joy,
and the kind of artistry and poetry of making something. And I'm so happy that Josiah brought up Martin Puryear, because I feel like all of us owe so much to Martin Puryear and what we've learned to him. And I think the ability to hold that depth of resonance and meaning, and to hold it in something that is so elegant, which is the way I would describe his work, is, I think, very important to me. I think that is something that I've learned from Martin and a lot of other people as well. But I really care about materials. And so with Fata Morgana, the reflectivity of the material was really essential to the concept. I was also really interested in the kind of verticality. So again, Madison Square Park and the Flatiron District being sort of the history of looking up, and this kind of gesture, this very kind of human gesture baked into our DNA of looking up, right? It is a universal gesture. And so the material is very much about the relationship between the subterranean and the cosmos, right? What happens if you stretch landscape all the way up and all the way down to all these realms that you don't see? And this is what I've been thinking of for the last 30 years. So the material in this case was metal, because metal is what does that. Metal is what connects the subterranean and the cosmos. It was also high polished mirror, which meant that it fed into all of the ideas of being able to double whatever was underneath it. And I think I chose it, less because of, there's a lot of practical issues that come into play, but more than anything else, I think that being able to hold a space for the power that materials have to seduce us, because in the end, that's what we're doing. That's what the artworks do, is they hold our attention so that we can layer all of these other important things onto them.
In my case, yeah, and following you, the choice of, the materials are very important in all the pieces I do. In this case, bronze has this reverberance of history and symbolism attached to it. And apart from, as you were mentioning, beauty, the fact that I could work with light in it, with the material had light in it, also to remind, representing dirt, but being done it in a very noble, with a very noble, if we can say so, material. At the same time, water is a changing material, is a material that talks us about life. That's what I wanted to transmit, that life is running under our feet, and is running as much as cables and roots, as I was saying before, and also gives a temporality to idea of temporal and the sound of it. So all those elements that are implicit in the materials were very important. And then was the added material of real nature. So I was representing nature in those underground spaces. And at the same time, with the fantastic team of Madison Square Park, making grow this grass, this fountain grass that changed through the months and made also the piece more invisible, even more. And so you had to look for it, but you could hear it. And this was another part, that materials and related to memory also again worked, yes.
I guess in my case, there's basically three materials in the project I did. One was just the concept of bright colors to add some seduction to or friendliness, maybe as well, to the project. And then colored light, so the refracted prismatic colored light, and just as a sense of, as a metaphor for potentiality. And then mostly the material were people, and because the idea was that each author, each commissioned dance company or musician or poet was asked to be there making work as if the park was a studio. So the idea was like, okay, that we're going to see this kind of high-end art world in not presented for you on the stage, but in a way at its making in public. And so it was the people. Sometimes it was an amazing landscape of, let's say, Silas and Rashawn, who had up to 10 people there, up to 12 hours a day in these incredible costumes. So they became a kind of material around that you could recognize around the park. So, and it was maybe an homage too, that the most important aspect of a park are the people in it.
We only have a few minutes, and I'll look forward to introducing the next panelists, but I would be remiss if not thinking about, we're here in this moment celebrating the 20th anniversary of this incredible program of this park. Do you have any thoughts, any words to think about the future, the next 20 years? Or, you know, as we're agreeing that they're not binaries, and I couldn't agree more, and I'm excited that we're leaving the audience with these thoughts about more nuance and interconnectedness between what's permanent and what isn't. What do we want to leave this group with as we think about the future?
Well, I mean, following also what Josiah was saying, I mean, the people are the most important part in every work. I mean, how they perceive and react to the works there. And I think the same that you have the memory of what has happened there. I'm very happy to think that other things will come and will build up upon the pieces that we have done. And so I think it's fantastic. As I said, it's an island. I hope there are many more islands like Madison Square Park in the cities in the future.
Thank you to the three of you. Do you have any other words to share? No. We'll leave it to the rest of the group. Thank you so much. For the next conversation, I'm excited and delighted to ask moderator Jane Panetta to join us on stage with artists Diana Al-Hadid and Shazia Sikander.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Give everyone a minute to get settled. Thank you all for being here, and a big thank you to Diana Al-Hadid and Shazia Sikander for joining me up here today. Before I start, I think I just want to acknowledge Brooke and all of her terrific work in the park. And, you know, exactly. There was a critic posted a very quick review about Nicole's terrific project in the park and called out, I want to make sure I get this right, language right. What did he say? He said, Brooke's remarkable creative freedom and her kind of preservation of that in the projects. And I think increasingly that feels so important and is such a big challenge, I think, in a public space. So just wanted to really call that out before we started. I think as a curator in a big institution, I have great appreciation for that. So
I second that as an artist.
okay, great. And you took advantage of that, I would argue.
Sure did.
More on that in a second. So I want to thank you guys again both for being here. We're going to jump right in, as we've all been doing. And the kind of assignment for our panel, which I was very excited about, is maybe a little more of a kind of practical conversation about these projects, because of course you kind of are able to experience the terrific Realize project, but there's a lot that happens well before that, and a lot of, I'm sure, emotional and creative navigating that artists have to do, right, to suddenly make such big, ambitious projects in such a big public space. So we're going to get into that. And what I wanted to start by doing, hopefully we'll move to the images in a second, is just have both Shazia and Diana talk about their projects a little bit, just to set the stage, talk about kind of what they were, what the creative impetus was, and also talk about the site and how you both engage with the site in very particular ways, but in different ways. So I think it'll be really nice to hear about that. And then as we talk, we're going to also hear from Diana and Shazi about what impact doing a project like this had on their work. This was, for both of you, arguably maybe your first big public art project, and so a significant thing. So we'll get to kind of what did it mean leading up to that? How did you have to think about your work? And then maybe where has that taken you? But let's start, if you don't mind, and Diana, we'll start with you. You talk about this terrific project, and with the significant title, Delirious Matter, which I always thought was really spot on for what you did. And kind of give us a little background about the work, and then talk about your research of the site, too, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, so this was a overwhelming and exciting opportunity. It was my first, large scale of this scope and magnitude, as Brooke said, is 60,000 people coming in every day. And at the time, I had really mostly, I said 90% of my work was made for, a white cube. I'd spend day and night, working towards whatever exhibition, only to be open for one quick month in Chelsea, every so often, and like some minor percentage of the human population would see it, and yet I'd, poured everything into it. It was just such a bizarre realization to finally put the work out where it was like, living and breathing with like the civilian population and people just kind of encountering it against their will was pretty radical, like pretty exciting.
Happy surprise.
Yeah. What is this? It was really so of course I started by thinking about, in some ways, a very specific and concrete nature and character of the park itself. I always need some hook to kind of begin. And of course, yes, delirious matter. I mean, thinking about Rem Koolhaas's, delirium but also relating to this feeling of constant movement, of kind of hallucination, of dreams and this chaotic environment that's middle of Manhattan. But I brought together basically two female archetypes from stories that were kind of haunting me for many years. One is the story of Gurdiva, which came from a small novella from the early 20th century, but was made famous because of Sigmund Freud's interpretation of this novella called Delusion and Dreams. And it tells a story of an archaeologist who becomes kind of his academic and becomes like very obsessed with a bas-relief sculpture of a woman mid-step kind of emerging from the plain, I guess, and starts to hallucinate this woman in the streets of Rome and stalks her all the way to Pompeii, and realizes that she's a real person. He's been talking to a real person, and it's his childhood crush, Zoe. And Freud interpreted this story as an allegory of the psychoanalytic process that this kind of archaeological unearthing of pulling back layer after layer to realize his kind of core desire. So this woman is a very transient apparition, this kind of always moving, always mid-step, never stationary, never solid. And I paired her almost actually not totally realizing all the connectedness, but another figure that I couldn't get out of my head was from a Hans Memling painting, a very small work called Allegory of Chastity, which shows a woman wearing a mountain as a skirt or a chastity belt. So she is like politely, she sits like this, politely holding in all of this volcanic rage was my interpretation of it. And it kind of fit with the story of Gradiva kind of walking through Pompeii and kind of precipitating this volcanic activity. Anyway, so here was Hans Memling's woman politely sitting and plugging this mountain, and I thought of her as sort of, I called the work citadel, and it lived in the reflecting pool, and so it was kind of had this natural moat around it. So that was another thing that I really wanted to use some of the embedded natural resources that the park had to offer, which is water, and the reflecting pool, and citadel. For me, it references my birthplace of Aleppo, Syria, where there's this kind of medieval citadel that kind of haunts the city. And I remember, visited when I was younger, and so that was one large scale work. It was this kind of It was kind of this kind of diaphanous mountain, which I built piece by piece. I think all of my work this was a challenge for me, is made by me, my hands, or in my studio. I have a hard time kind of outsourcing to fabricators. I'm trying to get better at it, but I'm very much like a hands-on, build everything kind of little by little, piece by piece, drip by drip, mark by mark, and decision by decision. So the citadel was really built in my studio by myself and my small team, and each little welded mark was built in place and then brought over. So it was a very intimate experience. Teresita said the word intimate, and that's a very real part of my work, and something I like to imprint on others. I hope to imprint on others, and I think that the other kind of portion of the show, of the exhibition, was that there are two kind of these diaphanous walls that faced each other and created a hedged in room, and you could walk through one of them. Those are the backs, but they faced each other, and on the one end was Gradiva, and on the other end was Hans Memling's figure, but the mountain is kind of hollowed out, as that piece is called Grotto. And so it created this kind of intimate space. So I'm trying to think, for all this effort of getting out of the white cube, I built a room to like invite people to come in and kind of get a little closer to the walls. And then there were 3 other sculptures, which were kind of another hallucinogenic sort of. I'm not. I make additioned work kind of rarely and with a lot of like internal conflict, I guess. But this one work's synonym was a small edition, which I made each kind of identically, but by hand in the studio. And they were sort of like this deja vu experience that sat in the various corners of the park. And none of the lawns were closed. It was like very important that I didn't interrupt any New Yorker, trying to get their lunch or whatever, but just kind of made more space, as Josiah said. I think that's also something that, as much as I make stuff and build and create, like take up a lot of space, I also hope to create spaces or intimate experiences. So that's as much as I can say on that for now.
Diana, before we turn over to Shakatia, will you just quickly talk about like your kind of research before making the work in the park and kind of what you were learning, thinking, responding to specifically about the site?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that I really hoped was that you could scan the entire park and really see most of the work, that was always visible to you. I thought a lot about the kind of oval, the egg shape, this kind of nested, you know, lush environment. Actually, I think it, and it was the first time that I'd used planting materials. I'm sure that had been used in the park before, but it evolved. I mean, the project actually evolved over several years. I think I was in conversation with the park for a very long time, and it went through many iterations. And that's another thing that I think is a challenge for me, because despite how it may appear, my work is very improvised and intuitive and always changing to literally the last minute. I only answer in my mind as many questions as I can kind of, hold at a time. But I think that like my process is, I've realized this kind of more recently, that it's a little more like making, or maybe like writing a novel. It's more where I have a sense of place, a sense of characters, a sense of the materials, maybe a setting, and I kind of, there might be something that changes along the way. Like, I might learn about some kind of restriction or some kind of material, restriction or limitation, or I might learn about a budgetary limitation. I might learn about some, access or some whatever, and all of those things kind of feed into how the narrative and the materials and all, shape the work and the experience. So it was ongoing. It was an ongoing conversation, and a lot of, kind of. Walking through the park a lot, circling the fountain a lot, thinking about how to bring more life into an already very alive place, and surrounded by literal skyscrapers. It's a very intense proposition. But
Thank you for that. Shazia, can we turn to your incredible project? And again, will you just maybe set the stage? This was from last year with the beautiful title, Hava, to breathe, air, life. Will you talk a little bit about conceptually what's happening here, and of course, very importantly, what you decided to engage vis-a-vis the site? Because I think that was a particularly significant thing for this project.
Yes. Hello, everyone. So I remember timing, like the timing is so critical, no, in New York. New York's always changing. It's such a dramatic city. And I've been in New York since 97. So I was always thinking that, okay, the timing plays such a role. So that when Madison Square Park asked me, at that time I had a show up at the Morgan Library. And it was the work that I had made when I was very young. And I was seeing some of that work for the first time in 20 years. So I had this feeling, almost like sadness, that so much of the work, which was very small, detailed, very, very detailed drawings, was just sitting in storage. Though it may have been in good collections, but none of the institutions had ever exhibited the work. So there was this kind of this desire to capture the ethos of that work, especially the representation of the feminine, and place it outside of the restrictions that maybe fall for works on paper, or maybe works by artists of color. But in any case, how to step outside of the archive, how to make work. So at that time, that's when Madison Square Park reached out. So that timing was really critical, and I think at that time it was pivoting that I would love to take a painting and make that into a sculpture. So the painting that I focused on was also censored in 9/11. It was a large-scale mural I was making, but very two-dimensional, at the Skadden-Arps law firm. And I was looking at my works always looked at representation of power, or lack thereof, in it's sort of like women and their relationship to power. So there was this painting that had looked at the very ubiquitous nature of women and jurisprudence in Western art history, but sort of refracting at that through a lens of South Asian visual art history. And so suddenly changing the race or using the sword with the woman was seen as very violent. So I was asked to remove the mural, and nobody spoke against it. And I found myself in the middle of the night because I was allowed to only paint during midnight to 3. So I used to go there and paint, and I was painting for like several months, and then this happened, and I found like no one came up, nobody spoke of the censorship. So I basically came with a crew and removed the work and didn't want to censor it. So it was sitting in storage for all this time, and then one of the pieces was up, and I was like, okay, maybe this. What if I take that idea of censorship and women, and also as a case study for myself to see, can a painting become a sculpture? And what happens when the painting demands that it can be outside? And also the very realistic, how do you the tenacity of drawing, like test the drawing again? Because I had done other sort of works in other mediums where I've thought of drawing as a libretto when I've worked with composers. And I was back to drawing, but then testing the drawing but I was looking at the forms, the sculptural forms in South Asian sculptural syncretic histories, especially in the collections that are in museums. So South Asian art history via the lens of colonization and things that have been, that have difficult provenance or provenance that can be questioned. So sculptural forms that exist in many of the New York City museums, and looking at them even to be inspired to make drawings. So I was coming back to sculpture from that perspective. But I remember standing in front of the courthouse, which is overlooks the Madison Square Park, which is on 25th and Madison, sort of a few years earlier, very interested in its history. And that was when I was also on the Mayor's Committee for Monuments and Markers that Teresita was mentioning. And I think at that time, realizing how fraught representations are and how people respond to them at a visceral level and hold on to things that they feel that they are represented by or their communities are represented by. So I had always seen my practice as being anti-monument, but that term was never applied because I was working on tiny drawings, detailed drawings, so there was always fetishized in terms of the label or like seen as manuscript painting. So I thought, oh, this is an interesting way in which the narrative can be understood and seen. So what is an anti-monument? Again, engaging history, but not necessarily glorifying it. So with that, like the idea of the skirt in my sort of 90s work was always this space of agency for women, a very stretchable idea that keeps expanding, and she can keep collecting her baggage as she wanders through. So I looked at the courthouse. So I think our conversations led to like, oh, let's see if the courthouse could be a partner in this project. So for that, it was phenomenal to work with the team at the Madison Square Park because they obviously reached out and we started a conversation and decided that, there was a possibility to put a sculpture there. And that also allowed me to engage with the architecture, with the history of the courthouse, because again, interested in that idea of women and power and or what happens in lack of power in spaces of justice. So what I found really wonderfully ironic was that eventually the sculpture was on the roof of the courthouse, and
we have
then,
an image of that.
and then it had been censored by the lawyers who probably get sworn in that particular law in that particular space. So that context was really critical in terms of creating the project with the Madison Square Park. So I think, again, the wonderful timing in terms of how New York City functions, and 20 years later, something that was perhaps that was censored was now placed on top of like a symbolically a very powerful institution. So there are many, many layers. And I think my work centers always women and how women want to be seen versus others' understanding of how to talk about women. And then also women as perhaps a redemptive idea against very extractive notions. So whether symbols of extraction or symbols that what are those symbols? How do I identify them, and how can women sort of the notion of the feminine can be a resistance or a counter narrative to that? So often coming from radical feminist poets, that sort of source of inspiration comes from there. So
good image.
Yeah, and I think maybe so there was a animation there, and there's also a small project we did with Snapchat. So created a lens called the apparition that was basically able to bring the sculpture from the rooftop in conversation with the audience.
Yeah, which felt very generous to people being in the park.
Yeah.
In a lovely way. What I'd like to talk about a little bit next, and you guys touched on this, is so you get an invitation to do a project like this. For both of you, by and large, it was kind of the biggest public art project you've been asked to do. And, I'm sure it feels exciting and daunting potentially at the same time. What did you have to do to kind of make it work for yourselves in terms of thinking about, okay, how am I going to transform what I've maybe been doing inside in a white cube? Shazia, maybe more in a two-dimensional space in your case. How am I going to kind of transform this? How am I going to think about material? Can you talk a little bit about kind of what it meant to literally take your practice out into this space, particularly given that it was sort of the first large-scale installation that you both did outside?
I think a lot of people really worried about my work.
That's interesting.
Surviving Manhattan, because it appears very fragile, but it's not as fragile, I think, as it may appear. And I think I also have a funny relationship with painting. I have like painting envy, because I'm not someone I work like predominantly through my materials. I speak through material more than I more than pictorial imagination. I kind of have like material. I don't feel like a natural, honest to God painter. I don't feel like I'm a real painter, and yet I make a lot of painting like things, and I paint a lot actually, but it's coming from a very close understanding of the materials, how they work together, their kind of chemistry, how their survivability in the world, and I had been testing, to see how this material might survive the elements, and sent it to some labs, but felt pretty good about it, just so that I knew kind of what to expect as far as weathering and whatever. But I've come to really love that sculpture is a living thing. It's in that it's absorbing the air around us. It's porous on a very micro level, and so I welcome that, the smog-filled environment kind of filling the sculpture, the bodies of the work. I welcome the heat of the sun, kind of affecting the surface. I think those things are really interesting. I just wanted to know how it would, so that I felt like I was comfortable with it. But those were things that I had to kind of research, and you know, this was an opportunity for people to come and like touch the art. Like I knew people would touch it, you know, of course. um and it survived. I mean, it was you know, the engineers had to, you know, stamp it for hurricane survive, you know, like it was pretty diesel, you know, but it looked like it would fall apart. And of course, that's for me the like really thrilling paradox of making of the work that I make, that like, you know, it's that you know, that it may, even though it's built up with such loving care, it looks like it's about to fall apart. And so I kind of just had to you know, think about the chemistry and the structural integrity, and you know, but for me, structure always kind of it follows it follows the skin. It doesn't. I don't start with the structure. The structure is sort of subordinate to the image, or it becomes kind of laminated as really part of the work. And this was an opportunity for people to see the back of these panel works, to kind of see, you know, how they can really become like buildings, like walls, you know. So I had to kind of think about those kind of practicalities, and where what my comfort level with it was. And you know, I'm pretty comfortable with it, with the public's engagement. Well, pretty. I mean, I don't know. People are usually pretty afraid to touch it, and I guess you're supposed to be because it's art. But or I don't know. Like I think, you know, they're afraid that's gonna break, but people touched it. It
Yes.
was- yeah.
We'll talk about people touching things more in a minute. But before
That's a great
yeah, exactly.
segue.
Before we get to Shazia, I just want to underscore, I loved that this project, like, it sort of looks anathema to what some traditional idea of public sculpture is supposed to be. Just you like see this. I wouldn't have even said fragility so much as like a delicateness that maybe isn't what you might immediately associate it. That was always such a
Yeah.
powerful thing about it. But Shazia, will you talk a little bit about, and you did already, I love the connection to your Morgan show, but about kind of moving into this space, into sculpture, and maybe we can talk about Houston too for a minute.
Sure. So, you know, I've been making some public art project using mosaic and glass. So this was another opportunity for me that I was like, maybe I can bring that sort of has remained a very two-dimensional practice into the sculpture. So that was one way of kind of connecting the drawings and some of the use of glass. And I'm always interested in creating forms that are incredibly specific and yet have an open-endedness to them. So how to keep the narrative suspended or invite multiple narratives while giving precision. So precision of form or precision of detail. So I looked at the courthouse for a lot of my inspiration. And the decorative program at the courthouse is such that there are ram's horns in the frieze, in the facade of the building, as well as the judge's bench chairs. They have like the arms are all ram's horns. So I took that notion from there, as well as looking at syncretic African, Asian masks and Buddha's hair, which was like if you turned it upside down, it's like coiled hair. So I was playing on that. Some of the elements were already in my paintings. Then I was looking at the skirt, but that was in the 90s works that I'd done, but also the structure of the ceiling. So the armature of the ceiling, which is in glass at the courthouse, and kind of using that technically as a form, but also something that the female is breaking out of. So there was that. There was the sort of the limbs or the appendages that go back into the body were basically about female immigrant females carrying their tails where they go, carrying their histories with where they move. So self-rootedness instead of looking to root yourself in the ground. So that's sort of what's hoisting the body, the air, the atmosphere around it. So it's sort of like buoyant and can float and carry its narratives wherever it goes. So creating that idea was all done in drawing. And so once I had that, then it was like, okay, how do you move from aspect to each aspect? How do you translate that into a sculptural? How do you do the frame, and and so forth? So it was really returning again and again to drawing in that capacity. So budget plays a role. Very, very grateful to have had the support with the Madison Square Park. And so we had one sculpture in bronze and the other one was dense foam. And that's the one that traveled to Houston, at the University of Houston. And they were partners in the project. So their sculpture art project had been partly commissioned. They had
Thank you.
commissioned part of the project. So it wasn't like we chose to send it there. It was naturally going to go there. So then, yes, so as maybe most of you might know, like recently that sculpture, somebody climbed the sculpture and took an axe to it and beheaded the head, beheaded the form. So that there was, and it happened like in the middle of the night, an hour before the storm hit. So it was very intentional in terms of wanting to cloak the narrative to the storm, that nature did it, God did it. So that I found that really the whole thing around that, the for me has been sort of, it's a very it's I can take an objective view, and I feel like in a strange sense the sculpture is very successful because it has had so much opinion. People have projected opinions, variety of opinions. And I find, like, for me, that wanting to do a public artwork was never to make a very benign piece. So to have generated this much anxiousness, anxiety in many people and many men, like, I was like, what is it that bothers them? So that for me, in many ways, is almost like a really interesting way to see, where the narrative rhetoric has come from. And of course we're not getting into all of that, but um but the but the but the form of the feminine, and the feminine as being something that is a fluid, amorphous notion of the self. I think when you can't put things down and dictate them, then of course the fear that lurks when boundaries meld or when boundaries are challenged, I think that lurking fear, when it surfaces, I think the sculpture sort of does that. It allows that fear to surface, and then it has been articulated in really crazy ways.
Yes. And you said to me that you felt like because you had engaged the courthouse in the project here, that really became a provocation.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine, and I would welcome people's thought. If it had just been the sculpture in the park, it may have been just the sculpture in the park. But the fact that wanted to engage the sculpture with the institution, which is seen as such a sacred institution, then it was almost like one of the New York Times opinion pieces. I read it as incredibly xenophobic, that you can't be there.
But that kind of
dare
started
you.
what you had said. Thank you for that. I want to kind of maybe pull the lens out a little bit and get you both to talk about, being invited into a project like this implicitly has a lot of constraints or kind of delineations, right? You're not being given a big space in an institution that's open rooms, have at it. You're outside. There's going to be public. There's going to be seasonal changes. I'm sure there are production limitations financially, all that. So will you talk to me a little bit about, I think there's almost an expectation that constraints are tough, but I wonder if in fact, constraints like this become a kind of wonderful creative catalyst. I hear artists sometimes saying that we've talked about that with the Met's facade, even that what seems, and that's very constraining, obviously, but that in a way a constraint can really become a productive thing for you to dialogue with. And will you talk a little bit about that? Maybe at the time of the invitation, even how it felt to you to be asked to do something in this specific space, maybe in this specific time, season, all that?
Yeah, I guess I think about there's always a constraint. There's always something, and it's really tells you kind of where to push. Like what that's like fertile territory. Like how much can you like stretch the budget? How much can you you know take over? How much can you push where it's a little uncomfortable? I mean, I have I have like an eternal battle in my mind with engineers. Anytime I have to deal with an engineer, they hate me. I mean, I had to like convince the poor engineer on this project that like it would, because I had no math behind what I was doing. I had no number. I just, it was like, okay, it's going to be like a conical thing, kind of like a mountain. Mountains are strong, right? So like, they had to like come over time to kind of check in, make sure, shake it. I don't know, like to make sure that it was survivable. And finally, because I don't, that like, I don't, it's like working backwards for me to kind of like to arrive at the engineering before I know what the sculpture is. You know what I mean? So that was a kind of constraint that was like very challenging, but also kind of like took a lot of like self advocacy and kind of like, okay, like, I mean, that the Citadel was really a spindly little thing when it started. It was just like a few, rods, and I literally had to be able to climb it and make it so strong that you could hang from it, despite how um, thin or whatever it looked. But those restraints are always there, but they're not always material restraints. They're like sometimes just psychological restraints, and I think an artist's job is to like notice those when they're coming up. How much are you beholden to your own kind of history and your own familiar, paths that you take or whatever. So, but that's all. I mean, that all ties into like deeper metaphors, about boundaries and parameters and where a person starts and stops, where a rule is flexible, where there's so much. That's like the constant. I think that's my constant negotiation. Is like, am I taking every opportunity I can to grow this work responsibly in a way that is satisfying to me and also accountable to the context and the environment.
Shotzi, do you want to add anything there just about thinking about what I kind of imagine as the park as a kind of productive creative constraint, or how you thought about that particularly at the time of the invitation?
Absolutely. I think the expensive nature of it was also very limiting. I was like, okay, but the paradox of confinement and freedom is so integral to how I create everything. So then, of course, the courthouse becomes an interesting context to play off of, and then that became one element of how to arrive to the project. But I think I also toyed with the idea of animations because I'd been working with digital materials for more than 20 years. So I thought, okay, the animation, so the confinement, so it was that the freedom was almost confining. And then that using that as the restraint was like, okay, this is the time to do a sculpture. So to pivot from animations to sculpture was really a kind of an argument that I created in that context, that okay, this is the moment to do that. and also because I felt it would allow we did many public art projects and conversations and performances, and then so many of these wonderful um, um, events and marches around the city around different cultural identities. Sometimes they sort of just end near the park. So we had many opportunities of the parades and day parades that gathered and participated right alongside the sculpture. So it becomes, it was offering so many of these possibilities that that were going to happen. It was going to instigate much of that because of its the nature of of the park itself, but park in relationship to the courthouse.
We're almost out of time, but before we finish, since I kind of asked you guys about the ramp up to doing this project and what that meant for you and how you navigated that since doing the project, and I know, Diana, it's been a number of years now for you, but did the project kind of become a juncture in your practice in any way? Did you do this project and think, there are other projects I want to do, there are things I don't want to do, like, oh, this is engagement I had never anticipated? Were there things that emerged kind of, I mean, there's Houston, Shazia, and I want to acknowledge that, but beyond that even, were there things that kind of came out of doing these projects that you took forward afterwards?
Oh yeah, I mean, at the end, I was like, okay, it's time to buy some property upstate, and not,
Or
you know,
that.
I had to like, break a full window out of my studio to crane the piece out, and the second story studio. So I thought, okay, this is a turning point. If I'm gonna do this kind of work, I need to be able to breathe around it a little bit. That's just a fun aside. But it did open up a whole world of thinking about my work living in a landscape and working with planting materials. And since then, almost every project I've been conceiving of, like planting materials, vining, weeping plant. I mean, it's now kind of even just the way that because spending some time upstate too, like I really learned about like soil composition. I got really deep into it because of this project, I really think. And then just I think there was immediately after that, I started imagining, well, what happens if she's erupted from her mountain? If Citadel is free, like what stories, like how is she going to migrate to new? So I had, I made 5 distinct kind of narrative allegorical works after that piece that reflected on her migratory paths forward to different, so there was like a series of works that literally were, metaphorically birthed from that piece.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Shazia, what about you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think not just in terms of the material direction, but also I think as an artist, as a thinker, too, I'm very interested in responses, broader responses. So I think one little thing that I really noticed, which is sort of small but maybe big, is that when I was writing for Washington Post, what had happened, there was less fetishization of where you're from, and it was more about the work. So it was also somehow the work had landed in the center of the current debate around abortion. And when I was invited to write just as the artist, not the artist with hyphenated identities or thrusting that that sort of space.
Overplaying that.
So I found that was also. So I'm still wondering: is that what public art does? Is that the nature of like stepping outside of the confines of the white cube or confines of the museum, or So these are very interesting questions that I can reflect on.
That is a beautiful note to end on, so thank you for that. And hopefully the answer to that is yes, by the way. Diana, Shazia, thank you both so much for doing this. And with that, I'd like to introduce our next panel. First, I'd like to welcome moderator Maria Gatzambide, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, and artists John Plensa, Allison Sarr, and Rose B. Simpson. Thank you.
There was a moment when she would. So we will give everyone a moment to set up before starting. I wanted to mention that this is the first of the dialogue sessions, which, unlike the first few that we've seen, are a little bit shorter. So this will be a heartbeat for us. But I'm also very happy that I've really liked how we've been building layers and how all of the participants have been also conversing with each other. And so I'm delighted to be here, honored to be here with these great force fields, Jaume Plensa, Allison Sarr, and Rose B. Simpson, who is joining us remotely from New Mexico. So let's get started. And I really feel that these dialogues are maybe, we use the projects here at Madison Square Park, but as a launching pad to to a broader discussion about your practice. Hi, Rose. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi. So the panel is the dialogue is titled "Why Figuration," and in all of your work, I have seen you use figuration for a variety of means: spiritually, mirroring and reflecting, auto-referencing, and thinking about collectivity, transformation, formal questions, and so on and so forth. So let's get started with the obvious question then: why is it that this human-centered practice for you has been more productive than maybe other means of referencing or even just abstraction?
Well, when I got the invitation of the park, I had several experiences. For example, the Crown Fountain in Chicago, in where I've been working with water, but I wanted absolutely to catch the center of one city, which is people. And then I filmed about 1,000 faces of people living in town. And when I finished the project, I was so happy with the relationship with them that I decided to keep on the portrait of people, but taking a more traditional material. And then I did a very large project near Liverpool, where I did my first head. And then when I came to to New York for that project, I decided absolutely to do a head. And the title was Echo. As you know, Echo was a nymph in the Greek tradition that the goddess condemned her to repeat always the last words that she was listening. And I thought it was a fantastic message for today that we have this tremendous quantity of messages arriving to us. It's a certain kind of noise all around. And I thought New York was a perfect place to talk about it. And Madison, I guess, is a fantastic square where we can create something iconic. To be in between the Empire State Building and the Flatiron Building, for me was perfect because I was working with the elongation of the heads to lose materiality. As you know, I'm normally scanning the head of the model, and then in the computer I could work in that way, and then I modify the model, the volume, etc. I like it so much. The girl was a girl, a Chinese girl living nearby my studio, and I thought it was also very appropriate. Um, well, after the installation, this project is temporary. Obviously, it was during summer. A project, temporary project like that, it's a kind of homeless looking for a permanent home, and the home was finally Seattle, where the piece was going to the Olympic Park. I guess a city, especially New York, is plenty of geometry and a kind of a giant, a geometrical giants around us. And I guess a piece representing humanity is a kind of poetical shelter that protect us from these big giants around. We are so tiny, like ants around the city, and I like it that my pieces becomes a kind of bridge in between the architecture and the city. And Madison was a perfect laboratory for me to do it.
Yeah, for myself, all of my really early work abstraction was always talking about spirit and trying to give tangibility to the intangible. And so it wasn't until actually just really late in my schooling, never having taken figure drawing and never taken sculpture, I ended up making a small figured sculpture. And what I realized was that the figure provided a bridge to kind of talk about these things of, the human condition and ideas of spirit and compassion and kindness and kinship. And so it was just kind of like from those first two early pieces, which are extremely primitive. I think it looks a lot like the 4x4 they started out with, and slowly taught myself how to carve. But it really kind of created a space. I think the figure creates a place where people from all walks of life feel like they can approach it. It doesn't feel like they are being shut out because they don't have a certain amount of education or they don't have, this vision. They haven't had access to other art things, that they can come up to this thing feeling that this is something I can relate to. And then from that point, once we have them within our grasps, you can really talk about more meaningful things, whether it be about gender or race or love or any of those things. And so that became really important to me. And I think, we used to live a couple of blocks from here in the 80s. And so it was really wonderful coming back and seeing how the park had transformed. It was always a park that you gave wide berth to it and relationship to its rather robust rodent population. And so it was just so incredible to come here and see that space. And I really wanted to call out to the amazing horticulturalists that maintain and curate that garden. I mean, that is really a huge part of what this space is. And so when I created this piece, I was really kind of taken about how the park itself has kind of come around to a new season, that it was in its spring. And I think myself having, been 20 years since I was there, my daughter was born in New York City and she was at that time 20 maybe. And to see, so the piece kind of really starting with spring, which was up in a tree. It was my daughter who was coming into womanhood and kind of looking at my time when I was here in New York, having children, bearing children, and also it also kind of was reflective of my career in terms of how I really was able to flourish here. And then, at that state, I was kind of in my, if you pardon me, my menopausal phase, and how this was kind of like this fall, and how there was this sort of sense of trying to regather who I am and who I was, and really kind of understand my identity. And then the last figure was this very a stone-like figure that if you didn't walk around it, you wouldn't realize that it was a figure, and kind of talking about these dormant stages. And so it also kind of not only talking about tracking my life as a woman, but also tracking my the role of creativity and how I work creatively, and how there's those moments of research and kind of coming up out of the ground, and then when you're flourishing, and then when you kind of pull back and look at it, and then you need to take a nap.
Rose, if we could have your take on why figuration is so important to your practice.
The figure is a bridge to an empathic response. And I think a lot of my life questioning has been, why do we hurt each other? Why do we hurt the environment? Why do we inflict so much damage and have we've been living for hundreds of years or thousands of years, even in a humanitarian crisis. And if we can begin to de-objectify the inanimate, then we can give consciousness to that which we have deemed unconscious. And when we do that, then we can build an empathic response. And if we know how it feels to hurt, we won't hurt another being. And mostly we have objectified so severely our natural environment. And so the materiality of sculpture and to figure is taking and using and asking to build a relationship with material in order to put a face on that which we don't believe has a face, so that we might feel seen by it, and that it sees. And if it sees, it feels, if it's having its own experience, and if we can begin to imagine what it's like to be that and have that experience, then we're less likely to inflict pain on that other. At least I hope so. So that's why.
Thank you so much. I think it's the perfect segue to my next question, which has to do with time in the metaphorical sense, because all three of you seem to work at some crossroads where you're always examining the wrongs in the past to suggest alternate, better, and more just futures. So my question to the three of you, and Rose, I think you've already kind of answered it partially, is to what extent do you think that taking a stand based on dignity, love, and compassion, how does that carry us forward at this time of great civic unrest?
Well, I always been trying to send a message of hope. Society, we are living in a very historical, complex time to be elegant, and I guess it's important to send to community a message of hope. Always my portraits has the eyes closed, because I would love to imagine that the piece becomes a mirroring where the visitor could reflect the image and to try to look inside. Because I guess each of us has an incredible quantity of beauty just hidden inside ourselves, because our education is never to talk about us. Always you believe that somebody is more intelligent and you use their words to talk. And I would love to imagine that one day, thanks to one of my pieces, people start to talk about themselves and freely, and never with the sense of that they are not able to say or to understand beauty, for example, which I guess is one of the most important things that we have to produce. I guess the difference many times when I listen to the word public space, I don't understand very well because I guess a gallery is a public space, a museum is a public space. I don't know why public space is always related to a urban context or a park or something like that. But in any case, in public space, as we understood now, a piece should survive by itself. That means it should pass like a bottle with a message, and this bottle should be as strong and perfect to be recognized immediately, and then you can think about the message. But that it's very important, I guess. The language of the piece means to embrace all the tradition to go to the future. For me, it's very important. Sometimes, well, I believe that people had a certain prejudice with figuration. I don't know why. They believe it's something coming from the past, it's obsolete. I don't know. In any case, I feel it's a fantastic way to talk with the community because it's a mirror in where I could talk about my body, but I could talk also about the body of themselves, the other people. I think it's a way plenty of capacity to transform the future because we are celebrating life, we are celebrating that we are together, and one portrait could be the portrait of any one of us, which I think is very.
Thank you.
Um, yeah, I mean, I would like to echo that I like to have hope be a component of the work. I don't think it's always possible. I've had some really dark turns in the work, but I think more importantly to see it as a location and a space for departure for dialogue. And I'm now working with work that try and create a space that really, um, you know, entice or intrigue people to sit down amongst people unlike themselves and have conversations. So that's kind of what I'm hoping the work is serving at.
Thank you. Rose, if you could maybe end our discussion. Again, we could talk forever, but limited by time.
I think that I straddle culture and I straddle experience. I straddle, um, differing perspectives, and so I've always been sort of in this unique perspective of trying to understand how to link that and communicate between them, and how to speak in a language that two people don't speak simultaneously, how to translate, and how to build and join and heal the rifts that I have personally experienced. And so I think it was that very specific heavy history that I come from and have experienced firsthand that made me really want to figure out how to heal this rift without perpetuating stereotypes or objectifications or in any direction, right? How do we find our way to each other through a language that we both can speak? And I don't know if I'm fully there yet, but I'm searching. That's what this is.
Thank you so much, and thanks to Jauma and Allison as well. And I would like now, as our panel ends, to invite moderator Kara Maines and artist Kota Esawa and Hugh Hayden to the stage.
Okay, hello everyone. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks to Brooke and everyone, and thanks to Kota and Hugh for a chance to talk today. Our prompt for our session is called Sculpture in Urban Nature. And so I wanted to begin by kind of just like unpacking this kind of inherently paradoxical term of, what is urban nature, right? On the one hand, it is these are terms that I think are, meant to be kind of thought of as diametrically opposed, and yet in a site like Madison Square Park, it's one that kind of encompasses all aspects. On the one hand, it's a lush, fecund, a respite from the metropolitan bustle, et cetera. And yet on the other, it is also, like a very meticulously curated space. And, it's a contrived part, it belongs to city planning. Every tree has been determined, predetermined. It's, as Allison was just mentioning, it's meticulously maintained by an incredible team of horticulturists, et cetera. And so I think I just wanted to begin by asking you both how in your projects for this space you are kind of confronting this this idea, and how this idea can hold both at once, and how that may or may not have informed the directions that your projects took.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hugh. Thanks for having me. And so my project here was called Briarpatch. And essentially, it was 100 school desks where 70% of them had school branches sprouting from them, scattered, and different lawns throughout the park, which I thought of each of the lawns as sort of outdoor galleries, like different rooms, so I could present what is essentially was the same work in different scales or groupings of desks to make classrooms. And urban nature, because like there's the obvious like way in this context of this panel, I guess, is like talking about the landscape, but also I guess the instinct of people, or like living in a city is another type of urban nature. And so I like the notion of this park that many of the people who will see the artworks here weren't planning to go to a museum. They're just going to Italy or to the subway or going to work, which when I was an architect, a lot of the offices I worked at were in the vicinity of the park. So, or the first time I came to the park was to wait in the Shake Shack line, like back in pre like iPhones. And so before I was an artist. And so what's great about Madison Square Park is that it is like this sort of urban oasis. I mean, this oasis of the landscape in the middle of a really crowded lower Manhattan. And so, despite it, it not being like purely natural, it does provide for many people foliage and grass, or just like a chance to endure the outdoors with limited concrete. And so that's quite enjoyable, I guess. It's all relative because obviously like Central Park is much larger, but in this part of town, it definitely is like an oasis. And so, I mean, my sculpture really involves. I mean, it's made out of trees itself. So even in a nutshell, it also kind of maybe deals with urban nature, and that it's like a classroom made out of trees. So as another way of looking at that term, it's sort of or this notion of cultivation, I guess. It looks at it on a more micro level too.
Yeah, nice to be here and to be in conversation with you. Yeah, the urban nature paradox was, I guess, part of the project from the get-go. I made video piece called "The City of Nature," so the title itself already plays with city and nature. But to me, there is really it's again not a binary. I grew up on the countryside, so I stepped into nature frequently, and nature is full of construction. There's molehills and spider webs, which, and then when, first time I came to New York was as a teenager, and seeing the skyline of New York from an airplane, it looked like looking at a mountain range or so, like at the Alps or Mount Fuji or something like this, famous mountain that you get to climb on. And yeah, so I also think there's a lot of nature that's somewhere in between being constructed and being purely natural. I grew up in Germany, and if you fly over Germany, it looks almost like color field painting. There's these different fields, wheat fields and meadows, and they almost look like some sort of Agnes Martin painting or so. And then in Japan, also I've visited gardens, and they're highly constructed nature. But I don't think they oppose nature. They sit very nicely right next to untouched nature. So yeah, and that was something I was thinking of when making this.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, I mean, I think it would be great to just share a little bit about the the content of the film that you made, right? Because here we're dealing with nature as a source material already filtered through, because what you include is footage from pop culture films, right, depicting nature. So here we have nature as like at many layers of remove, right? First within the film frame at the time of their making, then you're then translating it into animation, right? So I guess I just to be sure that everyone kind of understands what they were seeing, maybe.
Yeah, so the video, which was pretty short, was constructed out of scenes from fiction films, nature scenes from fiction films, which were completely devoid of humans and devoid of human dwellings and devoid of the human voice. It was like scenes from Brokeback Mountain or Fitzcarraldo, but the scenes where you don't hear actors acting. And an early title of the piece was Nature as an Actor. I thought that this could be like a movie, but the only character in the movie is nature, and nature does all the talking. Yeah, and then I also thought of the audience, which is the people at the Shake Shack, but also I thought of the dogs and the squirrels, and I don't know what other animals live in the park. And I also thought this might be film they might want to watch.
Was there audio?
Yeah, it's just the audio from the films, and it's somewhat cacophonous, but I blended them. They're like a collage of sounds from the film. So sometimes it's birds chirping, and sometimes it's just like a string from the soundtrack.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think related to these questions are also ones of scale. This is definitely something I think about. I work like in urban nature, a couple blocks north at the Museum of Modern Art, where I'm constantly installing sculpture in the sculpture garden there. And I often think about how, on the one hand, an outdoor public space is kind of an outsized and expanded gallery space, right? When you think about I think sometimes works that that we sometimes would install indoors, when outdoors are completely have so much more expansive possibility, and yet the outdoor gallery of a park is also dwarfed by the surrounding midtown landscape, skyscrapers, etc. And so I just wonder how these questions of scale, how you approach these questions of scale in making your work. Trying to imagine, your source material comes from the world at the outset, but how do you think about translating translating out into out scaling up.
Yeah, for me and my history with the park and also with the art program, I, instinctually and initially I wanted to do like a one large sculpture on the oval lawn because that was like, oh, that's the most like memorable, iconic, like central location of the park. But that's what, well, it's not that everyone has done that, but I wouldn't say it's more conventional to do that, but that was my like initial thought. But as someone who has used the park or gone through it, and also maybe the architect in me, I thought would be maybe more advantageous to occupy multiple locations around the park and those different lawns that are at different scales and different like I guess square footages. Also, the programming of the park, which in this sort of this winter spring when my installation was going to be there, there's different programming that it has to respond to, and want to avoid moving and uprooting things. Um, but all that said, by using the different parts of the park and these different lawns, some of which aren't typically activated, I would be able to catch a wider net and viewers who would be able to walk by or see the sculptures. So, and also because of the different audiences, geographically, like across from a playground, you'd have more of a children audience per se, and then versus closer to the main lawn or Shake Shack or in an area closer to the subway, you might have more people who are or eating from Italy or who are just um, don't have enough time to go into the main park. So in each of those locations, I was able to create like a different, perhaps, user of who would be seeing the sculptures. So across from the playground, the desks were the most densely spaced together, or closely spaced together, so that perhaps to the kids it seems more like a classroom. There were like 25 desks. It was more at the scale of a classroom. Closer to the subway station, there were 25 desks spaced 6 feet apart because this was in COVID, and also but they had no branches, so people could theoretically sit at them and use them, and they were the only ones that weren't fenced off because during the winter most of the lawns are fenced off to help, I guess, restore the grass. Um, but those were more accessible. They were on gravel, and and usable. So once when the weather got better, more people would like have their lunch at them or meet up with people. We even gave a talk at them. So the piece became more interactive, and then so I guess we responded to the scale at different ways. Thus, the like 50 or so desks that were on the main oval lawn, those were spread out further apart, and also in a way that depending how you walked around the lawn, you could see different sort of like diagonals happen, so that they became more animated. And also, there with all of these sculptures, their proximity to the trees would evolve with time, because when they were installed, it was actually the coldest day of that year. This is in 2022, like at the towards the end of January. So none of the trees, the deciduous trees, which are the majority of the trees in the park, had leaves. But so there was maybe some hope that people would ask, "Oh, are they gonna grow?" Uh, and so, but I love that optimism, and also with the with the mulch on the ground, it also gave this sort of sense of like cultivation or hope. But however, Brooke pointed out, some people also thought they were graves, which um, wasn't the direction I was going, but still, there's that ambiguity with the tree branch, that you don't know the race of the tree. Therefore, like, is it a cherry tree? Is it a pine tree? Is it oak tree? But also, in another sense, you don't know if it's alive. And so I guess there would be that transformation that would happen as the leaves begin to spring around it, and then the piece becomes something else. So I also liked how that sort of the locations and the proximity to how high the other vegetation was around it, the piece could evolve and change.
Thank you. Yeah, so scaling up and scaling out, I guess, right? Way.
Yeah, the scale for my project was given. This was infrastructure of these screens, was used for several artworks prior to mine. And so I guess also compared to some of the projects that were done by the artists here is fairly small scale. But just the setting for me was just really transformative. I've made art, and it usually takes place in gallery spaces, oftentimes in black boxes and darkened spaces, and to take them outside was just felt like a huge breath of fresh air. One thing that I was also always grappling with art and the art world is that it's such an ivory tower, and this felt the least ivory tower-esque presentation of my work, where it was, next to a hamburger stand, and people were having conversations. You can see it. They're not just necessarily discussing the work. They're talking about the meeting they just had, and it's almost like ambient, the most ambient way I've shown film or video, and I found that very freeing. And yeah, something this was also probably my first public art piece, and I've done them since then, in not only as videos, also in other works, because just the act of showing something next to the passerbys were mentioned by many people versus the dedicated audience seems political and meaningful.
Thank you so much. I think we're out of time, but thank you, Hugh and Kota. Thank you. And now I just want to welcome Eric Booker, the next moderator, who will be in conversation with Paula Hayes, Rafael Lozano Hemmer, and Leo Villarreal.
Great. Hi, everyone. I first just want to thank Brooke for convening so many incredible artists and colleagues here today. It's been such a rich and inspiring morning, continuing with this panel. So this panel is around creating space, public space, outdoor space with light. And I'm here with Paula and Leo and Raphael. And you have all used light in very different ways. And I had a lot of fun in thinking about your work in Madison Square Park, and also how it resonates not only with one another, and these projects were over the course of many different years, which we'll see, but also how it resonates with the theme today, creating outdoor space through light. And with that, thinking about light as a medium of connection, connection in every sense. One, in the way that each of your projects have sort of invited the public in very different ways through the use of light as an invitation of sorts. But then also to the ways in which the making of these works connected you to a variety of different mediums as well, science, architecture, technologies. So I wondered if we could maybe start with a broad question, which is, how do you, or how might you consider the medium of light as a means of connection? And we can either go down the row here, or whoever would like to take that one first.
Hello. Okay. I just want to say thank you to Brooke and everybody here. It's a great honor. Oh, yeah. I guess in a lot of ways, every bit of showing art is public, but Madison's, I mean, it was sort of mind blowing to do something so obviously in the public. And I've just heard so many beautiful words here today. Like I'm just kind of absorbing what other artists have said today. Like working with engineers and the time span to slow it down over. And then in terms of light, just preparing for today, I was thinking about the autobiographical aspect, like just even holding this mic. Gazing Globes was was kind of like a flashlight, and in an internal sense, and especially reflecting up over time. 2015 was right before something really big changed in the country, I felt, and maybe a lot of people do. And internally something changed, and that light, like shining it inward, is in a process as an artist. You get to reflect on that over time, and it did that for the public. So like how the personal and the private work together as an artist. That's something that I found really beautiful and fascinating about getting the opportunity to work in such a public.
Leo.
Well, yes, it's really an honor to be here, and honor to be a part of the legacy of this park and this program. I was intrigued with Buckyball to create an artwork that existed at the nano scale, and taking something that small and blowing it up to monumental scale amongst the other equestrian things and things in the park. And I was interested in the geometry of this sphere, but then activating it with light. So in a way, it's about the combination of spatial, but also the temporal. So the sculpture became the framework, but then starting to move light across that was what I was very interested in. And not really using text or imagery, but really just sequences of light, which I make my own custom code and create these patterns. But for me, it was all about connecting and the power of light, that everyone has a relationship to light. It is so primal. And I think tapping into that is very, very interesting to, the way that we're connected to the sun or the moon or the things that surround us. It's very fundamental, and everyone has a relationship to it. So I think it breaks things down in the way that the buckyball is one of these building blocks, primary forms that things are made out of. So I'm always interested in boiling everything down to the smallest, like the pixel or the tiny thing.
Could you just explain what the buckyball is, Leo?
Well, it was discovered at Rice in the 80s by nanotechnologists, and then named after Buckminster Fuller. And it's one of these fullerenes. So it found that lots of things are made of it on the nanoscale. So I found that very interesting, that it was a combination of hexagons and pentagons. But then blowing this thing up, and we also built these zero gravity chairs that I designed that we surrounded the sphere with. And I wanted to shift the people's position in the park, and kind of riffing off the park bench, but putting people in this reclining form that, people are not in that, they don't do that in a park normally. But really creating a space for a viewer to just have this moment, and having it just be non-repeating, really open-ended, and allow people to make of it what they want. So it really just presented it, and very highly subjective experience.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as you might be able to tell by my jacket, I'm the son of nightclub owners from Mexico City. So my approach to light is, oftentimes we hear about light in terms of enlightenment or spirituality, or to make things visible. Clearly, I'm interested in making the invisible visible. But as a nightclub owners, kid, I'm really interested in the light of disorientation, on the fragility of changing light, on the capability to use light to hide, not to reveal, but to actually hide and be somebody other than yourself. The artwork that I presented here was called Pulse Spark, and it was basically a manifestation of the heartbeats of people who would hold on to a sensor to register a recording of their heartbeat and add it to a chorus of 200 heartbeats that surrounded the central oval lawn. And the spirit of that artwork was, on the one hand, to put into connection the public and the private. So how we've heard the word intimacy today used very much. I'm very interested in that myself as well, especially in relation to the counterpart, which is intimidation, right? A lot of light shows are about, well, this is big and you are small. How can we create something that is a little bit more personal, that then gets interconnected to create a space of people, for people to be and to share an experience? So that artwork was about that, about making evident that fragility of light or of electricity that we have in a way that is palpable in an urban space.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, Rafael, you anticipated the next question a little bit in terms of just, light as this illuminating factor, right? And it's interesting that you say that you're interested in kind of the hidden aspects, but then you're working through something that is revealing a highly personal, kind of sensitive, nuanced aspect of how we move through the environment or how our bodies function in public space. So I wanted to ask you all about sort of light as this sort of animating force in your work. It's something that is this medium that draws attention, of course. It is a medium that reveals, but also, as you said, Rafael, obscures. And, it's really something that made me think about some of the first uses of light in the urban environment, which of course is the street light, the lantern. And I was thinking how artists are very much the lantern bearers of our society, of our culture, that you are always sort of revealing something that has yet to be seen or drawing attention to the ways in which we have sort of kind of missed something completely. And so I wondered if you could all talk about, how you're sort of thinking about the use of light as revealing, or let's add another dimension to this, obscuring something in your work.
That's well, in the case of the gazing globes, I was first asked to put living matter in globes into the park, and I couldn't do it. And so through a lot of research and development, the globes actually are, they're the globes of street lights. Durability, materials research, etc., led me there. And with that, the interiors of them are radio parts from the past. It kind of led me down this sort of a dystopic place about communication. So the illumination was actually a way to, it was almost like a shamanic tool about the past and the future, and placed me right in the present with that process. The illumination through the silicone and the glitter and and that's where the person kind of came into it as well. But kind of going back into the process of it, but the illumination was so important because typically the illumination would be, for me, from something outside. So to do it from the inside, I heard this word a couple times today already. It pivoted my whole process as an artist. So in that way, I use every project as my own tool to guide me to the next project. So it was really, it had its own force from the inside. So the illumination worked on me, and I can only, I guess the word is hope, that it was a useful tool for other people.
And I think it's worth mentioning, Paula, just for the audience, that we were talking before this panel, and you had previously predominantly been working with organic materials in these architectures, these sculptural structures. So this was a sort of defining turning point for you, as has been the theme we've heard in a lot of the artists speaking today in your Madison Square Park project, of working with inorganic material, but bringing that back out, sort of kind of culling that from the urban environment and bringing light to that literally in a way for us to think about the sort of use of that material and recycling and environmentalism and all of those things that elicits.
Yeah, big topic.
Totally. Leo?
Well, I'm always interested in first of all, I'm using these LED tubes that were used primarily for like advertising purposes in places like Las Vegas and Times Square, but removing them from that context and using them as a different kind of material. So I'm not working with things that can't readily be, the brain is always trying to recognize patterns and match what you see, and that's how we work. But you're getting this kind of fragmented information, and it isn't adding up to something. So there's nothing that it resolves into. But light is very seductive, and we're all already attracted to it. But once you couple light with information and code, and it starts doing something, then you start really getting into it. And I wanted to create two spheres, one 10-foot sphere and another one 20 feet. They're the same, different scales, but there was this idea of self-similarity where you had two things and they were both kind of moving in and out and had a dialogue between them. But it was really a kind of a pretty alien thing. In a way, this is geometry, but somehow it came alive through this activation of light, and it felt like something was happening, and you kind of couldn't stop looking at it in a way, and you got involved in a relationship with it. And I think, we have lots of pictures of people looking at it that look just completely kind of blissed out, which I love. And we actually did a yoga session in December of 2012 when the Aztec calendar was ending. So we had my yoga teacher, Elizabeth, standing in the center of the buckyball, surrounded by people in the freezing cold, all doing this kind of movement.
And you stopped the end of the world.
Well, I think, we did. Here we are.
No, I should say, it depends, right? Because light, as has been said, is a vast subject. And when we think about the utilization of light in public space, of course, we think about the early 19th century, searchlights in world exhibitions, which sort of were a beacon of this new modernity arriving with this new energy called electricity. But then, of course, the usage of people like Albert Speer. This is the light of violence. This is the light of interrogation. In Mexico, for example, we are very commonly aware that if a light is coming from the sky, it's a chopper looking for migrants at the border, and there's a violence to that. So to me, the use of light has to always be qualified. How do we reinterpret these lights not to sell us something, not to try and ascertain our identity, but like I said, create a connective environment for people to share and experience. So equally important as light, Goethe said that the brighter the light, the darker the shadows. I think that's where the artist needs to insert themselves.
Absolutely. And Raphael, you're making me think of your 2019 project on the border as well, where you kind of connected communities literally across the national border, sort of translating speech through light, right? So what are the sort of possibilities therein when kind of one medium kind of translates out into a next, and what sort of means of connection, means of revealing, but also means of protection, right, happen there. And also too, Leo, I feel like, one thing that maybe you could touch back on a little bit more is just your use of LEDs and the fact that, you're revealing, I think, some incredible number of a spectrum of colors in that use of technology as well. Could you say maybe a bit about that?
Sure. The LED is pretty remarkable. I got my start with strobe lights and light bulbs, and eventually worked my way to LED, solid state lighting. But being able to blend red, green, and blue and make 16 million colors is pretty exciting.
Pretty great number, 16 million.
Yeah. So lots of crayons. So yeah, it was thrilling to be able to work with color and move color. But I think that it's also very energy efficient, which is important to me. That we are using resources, and it's important to do it in a kind of responsible way. So, but yeah, I think anyway.
Can I say something about that? Because I've actually quoted a lot of your work, especially the Bay Bridge, because of your restraint. Your lack of use of color in San Francisco was glorious. I adore the fact that you chose not to make that color, because I think that there is this horrible word, architainment, where people just decide to put magenta followed by emerald green followed by Congo blue. No, like study Albert, study anybody, but just don't do that. Restraint. And the elegance in the actual bridge piece is precisely that we're not confronted with that full gamut. You made the choice to keep it simple, and not simple, sorry, but focused. And I really appreciate that. I wanted to say that, against color.
Thank you for that. We are almost out of time, so I think we'll just end on one final question, which I thought would be interesting for our audience to hear from all of you, which is, what is an example of light in public space that has stayed with you, that's resonated with you in some way? And this could be another artwork or could be something else entirely.
It's something else entirely.
Great.
Somebody help me out with this. I think it's a meteor. Flashed by fast, so it's a meteor, right? Very cold night in the 80s.
I thought you're referring to the meteorite that we're seeing now, but
no,
this is,
fast.
okay,
No,
historical,
fast.
great.
It went by fast. Colors, lots of them, and that was another life-changing moment for light and color, and it was really, really cold. And Gazing Globes that winter was really cold. Brick knows that. Cold to the point that it was impactful to the piece, and that's a very memorable part to me about public art. Is like it does do what the engineers say. It takes a beating, but the cold, the color, the light, it's a beautiful thing.
I just love seeing what's coming back from the Webb telescope. I'm not sure if that's the public realm, but it's astounding.
Ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing and the jump from like the Hubble to the Webb, being able to see things with that resolution, I find just endlessly inspiring.
And I'll mention in 1992, Krzysztof Wodyczko, who was here at the very first panel, made a project in the fascist Arch of Triumph in Madrid, right after the first Gulf War. And what he did is he projected this massive weapon on one of the columns of the Arch of Triumph, and on the other, the gas dispenser. And then on top of the arch, it said "cuántos," how many dead for this oil. And this was a temporary projection that forever changed the meaning of this Arch of Triumph to me. And I'm an artist thanks to this capacity to transform public space with an ephemeral strategic intervention. That's what I find optimistic. I find optimistic work that is critical and somehow brutal. So is Krzysztof still here? Thank you, Krzysztof.
Thank you all so much. I think that's a great place to end, the elemental power of light, right? Before we conclude, well, I guess I'm just gonna say who is next here. So for now, we're going to welcome to the stage for our concluding dialogue, moderator Jed Morse and artist Rachel Feinstein and Yvonne Navarro. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jed Morse, and what a thrill it is to be here among these incredible artists, thinkers, and writers today. And I want to echo Eric and thank Brooke and Madison Square Park for bringing us all together today. What an experience. I'm here with Rachel Feinstein and Ivan Navarro to talk a little bit about stretching materials in public space. We've been talking a lot about materials in each of one of these conversations. And of course, creating works of art for public space has its own particular challenges. The context of Madison Square Park is very particular. I mean, we're in one of the largest urban environments in the world. There's an extraordinary kind of flow of the public through the space. You're surrounded by skyscrapers. So I'm curious about how this context affects how you approach materiality for your projects in Madison Square Park, either conceptually or from a practical level. Rachel, you want to start?
Hi, thank you. Really wonderful to be here. I think that when I would sit in the park and just watch people walk around and see the incredible buildings, I wanted to do something that was more childlike, was to try to bring out this idea of an intimate space that I used to have as a child. When I was growing up in Miami, I would create these little paper cardboard scenes for my Barbie dolls. And they were in my closet. And I would sit in this little closet creating my fantasy of what New York City looked like from the 70s in Miami. And so something about the urban giant male phallic scenes of these buildings and the power wanted me to do the opposite and make it fragile and sweet and very delicate. And so that concept came about through paper, through basically making these little these little objects that were based on various Rococo building fantasies from Piranesi to lots of the decay, the beauty of decay that's like the fantasy world of a fairy tale, like a Black Forest and Hansel and Gretel, but then inside this little bubble of this park. So that's where I think the paper became the key, and then the idea of the fragility of the opposite of the surroundings. Yeah.
Yvonne, do you have a?
Sure.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I didn't grow up in the U.S. I'm from Chile, in a very complicated political situation. So, and for me, public art is what I experienced growing up there because people were constantly protesting in the street. So the street for me is the place to art, definitely. Where you try materials, you protest, use music as a vehicle of sending message to the people. And so this the way of being very resourceful, is such an inspiration to me to find in whatever material is possible to do art and it's possible to do public art, even if it will disappear, eventually very quickly, but to make flags, make flyers, anything is possible. So when I came to the park, I saw, as many of the artists surrounded by the skyscrapers, but I saw the water towers, right? And then I remember originally in the history of the water towers were invented to be on the ground, not on the roof. Beautiful building, because they were meant to feed with water to the trains that were passing by, steam trains, that they needed water, every certain amount of, kilometers. So the water towers were there for for a very functional situation. So when I saw the water towers, I said, okay, let's bring them back down to the people. So because there is an interesting relationship between the water towers and the temporary workers, when people were traveling trains looking for work, the minute they see a water tower in the route, they would jump off the train because there was a possibility to find work in that little town. Okay, so for me to experience material in this project was, let's bring the towers down and see how they're made of. Because, I mean, how many people in this room have been right next to a water tower on the roof of a building? You know, it's a very, not a common experience. So that was one idea of the project. Take it back to the original position.
Rachel, you mentioned that your work started as paper, very fragile paper sculptures, and of course, vulnerability is an aspect of public art, no matter where it is or what it is. So I'm wondering, there was certainly that conceptual conceit at first, but is that aspect of vulnerability also, does it also have kind of an emotional component to it for the viewer?
I think ultimately, I have this conversation with my husband, who's a painter, that sculpture is always more vulnerable than painting. It's a physical body. It decays. It has gravity. It falls apart, and the choice to have something made in bronze changes that. Most sculpture that I'm actually working on my first bronze right now, and I've never really liked the idea of bronze for that reason. I like vulnerability. I like fragility, and I had a long conversation with Ursula von Riedingsvard about this too, about her work being in cedar, and I thought she chose the cedar on purpose because of its fragility towards time and its changing. And now she's saying that she likes actually the bronze. So it's really, I think you can change actually too. That's what's actually fascinating too, as a sculptor, as you age and your body changes, you may prefer to have your work live on forever in your steed or whatever, so the work itself, when it was in the park, was actually very fragile, and it was made out of aluminum, but people would scratch into it sometimes and do graffiti. There was one little the Rococo hut had a door, and you could actually go inside and sit inside like a little child's playhouse, which also became really wonderful because these were made to be stage sets as well. And so I was able to do, I think, the first performance using my work in the park, which was called Last Days of Folly. And we had ballerinas, we had opera singers. It was this incredible experience to have people walking through the park, and then there's performances going on in these pieces as well. So yeah, someone got inside that piece and did a whole bunch of stuff in there. And of course, there's an aspect of that that makes you just go, oh my God, why did they do that? But then they're making their mark, like I'm trying to make my mark. So it's this understanding that you're not really in control, and you have to accept that. And that's what I love about sculpture.
There's an ephemerality as well of the of the mark.
Yeah. Yes.
And these kind of drawings come to life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yvonne, how about you? I mean, it's interesting because you chose this kind of iconic element of the New York skyline, the water tower, which really speaks to the history of kind of transitoriness of migration and thinking of vulnerability within that context. Was that a central part of what you were thinking of in terms of how those forms communicated?
I was interested in going very deep in the idea of immigration in this country, and especially taking the park as a way of like a laboratory of what immigration means and how people move around. They go from one side of the park to another side, and then people hang out there. They have lunch. You know, it's an entire city in itself. Right? And then besides that, the water towers are connected to the history of immigration, the history of temporary workers. I wanted to, you know, basically make an homage to that idea, and and remembering, like before we were talking about Cuban artists, there is a one for me. I'm very influenced by music, mostly music. My work, basically, my work is almost like a conceptualization of song, you know. And this piece was is based in the Woody Guthrie "This Land Is Your Land," right? So what I wanted to, it's almost like I'm making a link between Latin American music and music from the North America, folk music, and how this Cuban musician, he was saying how temporary workers invented the idea of singing, because the moment you start working in a, say, in a farm or in a factory, following a certain rhythm of work, you whistle or you start singing something, and then how the singing became a response to the rhythm, you know, of working, and that's why the towers in the park were for me a connection to how this music of "This Land Is Your Land" echoes how people move around the park. So what I wanted to say is the towers by themselves is not the piece for me. For me, the piece is made between the people who observe the piece and the actual work. So there is a component of necessity between the both.
Yeah, there's that sense of the work being completed and in the response to it or the interaction to it. We're running out of time, so one last question. You know, the commissions in Madison Square Park are meant to be temporary, and that can engender a feeling of freedom, you know, in that I don't have to make something that lasts forever. Or maybe it's an opportunity to make something that's here for a little while, but that can exist in other places. And I'm curious how each of you, you know, thought about the either temporariness or permanence of your commissions at Madison Square Park.
I think that I like the idea of it being there for a moment. I enjoyed that idea, and I also made a stage set, runway set for Marc Jacobs around the same time, and that was up for 30 minutes. So it took me 2 weeks of building the set, and I knew that it was going to be like sawzalled like within minutes after everyone left the room. And in a lot of ways that was actually really amazing, because I think that there's a really big difference between artists and fashion designers in the sense of time, and that artists are thinking about 500 years, 1,000 years, like maybe my work's going to still be around, maybe it will be relevant, and fashion designers are doing it just for that 1 second, and they know it. And it really felt great to see that side of the world, because I believe that sometimes as an artist, I get really mired in like, oh, it has to be perfect. I have to make this one mark because it's going to last. And then you lose the energy. And I think that the temporary thing is an important thing to remember.
Yeah, no, quickly. There is something interesting that It's also kind of like a political situation in a way, but it's very specific about public space. And when you install a piece in a public space that is going to be seen by many people, crowded public space, the amount of codes and the amount of rules that you have to follow in order to end up making your piece, and then how basically all those rules shape your work. So in a way, I wasn't allowed to make my piece lower, the threshold of the legs, lower than 7 foot tall, because that's what the city required. And then the tank has to be fixed to the leg with the specific brackets that were hurricane, code. So there is a thing that is at some point you are very forced as artists to make things secure and to make things safe, for the public, which sometimes is very limiting to our creativity, but at the same time it makes it very interesting because it's another challenge. And sometimes things have to last forever, sometimes things can last, but,
Well, thank you both for being up here with me, and also we have one last performer, and to introduce that, Tiara, I believe, will do that. So thank you all very much for your attention, and hang on for one last thing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Jed, Rachel, Yvonne, and to all of our moderators and panelists today. Could you just give us one moment as we reset the stage for our final performance? Good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Tiara Nlovu, and I'm Curatorial Manager at Madison Square Park Conservancy. As our speakers have shared today, Madison Square Park, for the last 20 years, has served as a haven of creativity, expression, and the advancement of public art. For a moment, though, I invite you to imagine what the park and the neighborhood were like in the late 19th century. Summon ideas around Madison Square Park over 100 years ago. I would argue that the dynamic, welcoming energy that marks the space then was just as powerful as it is now. On June 16, 1890, crowds filled Madison Square, bustling with excitement for the debut of architect Stanford White's historic redesign of Madison Square Garden. Within its first year, the garden welcomed numerous musicians, orchestras, and performers. But perhaps the most notable performer in that inaugural year was a flamenco dancer named Carmencita. Originally from Spain, Carmencita was well known in New York City in the late 19th century, having performed at theaters, concert halls, and arenas throughout Manhattan and Brooklyn. Her style and popularity made her the ideal candidate for the garden's grand opening in June. As that opening neared, Stanford White often visited painter John Singer Sargent, whose studio was located on 23rd Street. White shared with Sargent the ebbs and flows of the preparation process. As one can imagine, these reflections were often hurried and anxious. Once, White informed Sargent that he had, quote, asked the inadmissible Carmencita to dance for the garden's opening, generously offering $250 a week, but that she had quite rudely refused, end quote. At that time, Carmencita was performing at Coaster and Bial's music hall. Despite White's original indignation, about 6 months after opening, Carmencita made her debut at Madison Square Garden. For her opening performance, Carmencita drew an audience of over 6,000 people. Dancers like Carmencita pioneered the emergence of flamenco in the city, allowing the style to grow and develop where it was otherwise suppressed during Spanish fascism. In an homage to Carmencita and the legacy of the park as a space of advancing artistic expression, it is my pleasure to introduce Elizabeth Torres of Flamenco Vivo Perlata Santana. Elizabeth Torres has performed as a flamenco dancer nationally and internationally, solo and in company. Just last week, on October 15th, she debuted as a dancer and assistant choreographer of the Metropolitan Opera. Today, she will dance La Cachucha, thank you, and finish with an excerpt of Pentanera. The final section of her performance is based on Carmencita's choreography in Thomas Alva Edison's short documentary from 1894. Please join me again in welcoming Elizabeth Torres.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth Torres. That was beautiful and spectacular and brought history to the present. So thank you. We're grateful to all of our artists for speaking today, for inspiring us, to all of the moderators who brought forth brilliant questions and dialogue. And thank you all for coming. Please join us tonight at 5:30 in Madison Square Park for the public opening view of Nicole Eisenman's fixed crane. Thank you.